Welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. I told you guys I'd make it up to you. Tonight, we're going to go over some creepy, unexplained, and some scary stuff. We're looking into the Patterson haunting and the Ohio ghost ship, the SS Satum. Uh, Me and Chucky here, my co host tonight, thought it wasn't fair. You guys didn't get to see it because the power wasn't out. So, what the hey? Let's do it tonight, guys. So, grab some popcorn, grab a blanket, grab whatever you got to grab, something to hold on to. It might get a little creepy, folks. You know how this goes. Here we go. Good evening. Welcome back, guys. Thank you guys for joining me and Chucky tonight as we delve into some creepy, unexplained, and some just plain out scary stuff because that's what we do. Then this is not your regularly scheduled programming for a Tuesday night, but I told you guys I'd make it up to you. My power went out Saturday night and Sunday, so here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Here we are. I thought it would be a nice little break from the regular norm. So thank you guys for joining me. Please share this out. Hit that like button when you come through that door. If you would, if you could, if you should. You should. I think you should. You should. Especially those of you that enjoy this kind of stuff. You definitely should. Please and thank you, if you will. Appreciate you so very much. And I hope that this is entertaining for you all tonight. For those of you that are into this creepy and scary and unexplained type stuff. I know I am. And we all know Chucky is. So, what do you think? That's what I thought. Uh-huh. Hang on. Good evening, Miss Lacey. Good to see you there. Lisa Joe. Lisa Joe. Yo, yo, yo. Who else do we have in this house tonight? Leslie and Billy. Always a pleasure to see you, my dear. Alicia J. You haven't seen one of these in a while, Alicia J. Welcome home and welcome back to the creepy stuff we do. Miss Molly's in the house. SR BBBBBBB. Let's see who else we got. Angel D. Good to see you, my dear. Stormy's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Oh no, Lisa. Why do you always do it? Sorry. I'm sorry. It's not that horrible tonight. It's not. What do you think, Chucky? Anything? Anything? Uh-oh. He's not talking to me tonight.
First thing we got to do is get me out of this body once and for all.
And go where? He's so worried about being stuck in this body. I said, you're doing fine. Leave it alone, bro. Let it go. Let it go. I don't know. Miss Lacey, good to see you. Let's see who else do we have in here. Far Q from Down Under. Welcome. Great to see you tonight, Far. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you so very much. Let me see here. Miss Stormy floating in here in the clouds. Molly Drake. Always a pleasure. Molly created the intro video, the music, and many other things. She's a great videographer and does so many great things. She said it's an MF and Ghostship. I'm pretty sure it's bad. Oh, of course he talks, XRB. They didn't know you could talk, bud. What do you think? Why are you being shy tonight? Come on now. He is being shy tonight. He's not talking. What's the matter with you? Oh, maybe some new batteries. You need new batteries? Mm-hmm. He does. Daddy does. Oi, oi, oi. Yes. Let's see here. Miss Tandy's in the house. Good to see you tonight, dude. Thank you for being here. Brady B, the OG. Welcome back to you. Great to have you back in the house tonight. I think I saw the lovely Miss Wisdom Speaks in here somewhere. Thank you for joining us. Lisa, you kill me. I swear. You guys almost got me to break out with a Phil laugh. Let me see. Anybody else I missed in here? Maybe, maybe not. Oh yeah, Molly did a great job with the intro. Chucky never dies. That's right, Tandy. That's right. Absolutely. Oh, you'll be okay, Lisa. It's not too bad. Let's see. There's Miss Cassie. Hello. They said that Chucky don't need new batteries. How's he going to co-host with me on Saturday nights if he doesn't have batteries, guys? He's got to have good. Well, maybe he doesn't need the batteries. Maybe he can just handle it. Yes, Miss Wisdom is here, posting in our awesome Facebook page that can connected to the account. I got to get a link for that so I can start posting that for everybody. Miss Wisdom has been handling Facebook for 24 hours and has done such an amazing job so far. You guys, check it out if you will. If you will. Yes. Sassy's in the house. The party time. Come on in, guys. Mr. Steven, good to see you. Crime Officer, it's great to have you here, sir. Always a pleasure. Let me see here.
You do know who I am. If you know what's good for you, we're going to love, honor, and obey.
You think so? Okay. He's being mouthy tonight. Yep. Come on in, guys. 17 people in the house, 16 likes. We're getting there. We are getting there. Appreciate you guys so very much for joining us tonight for this.
Got your wish. You're mine now, doll. Now sit back and learn next.
Mm-hmm.
First thing we gotta do is get me out of this body once for all.
Are you gonna set up anytime soon so I can talk? God, always got to be the center of attention. Always. There's the link for the Facebook. Thank you, Miss Wisdom. Appreciate you so very much. All right, guys. Again, tonight we're looking into the haunting of Jennifer Patterson, guys. It's kind of a quite an interesting story. I'll tell you that much. And once we get through that, if we have some time, which I'm pretty sure we will, we're going to be looking into the haunted Ohio River ghost ship, the SS Satum. I hope you guys are here for it because it's quite interesting. Both of them are really interesting stories. So thank you guys for joining me. Again, share this out, guys. If you would, please let them know what we're doing here. Went to bed with Dago, woke up with Dago, SRB and Cassie, Lisa. Well, hey, at least you're sleeping with some good people there, Angel. We got two Aussies in the house tonight. That's so very awesome. Captain Jenks in the house. What's happening, brother? I need to talk to you, brother. I was thinking about talking to a couple of the ladies in the mods about maybe for the morning show, if you were interested, doing a cooking segment where we talk about different recipes. Cap, we're gonna have to talk, brother. We're gonna have to talk. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you so very much. Let's see. Making sure we got. I'm just trying to hang out here just a few minutes to make sure we get everybody in here so that we don't start without anybody. All right. Give me one moment, guys. Bear with me. Tell you what, guys, grab your snacks, your drinks, whatever it is. I'll be right back with you. I got to grab something myself. All right. I'm back. We're back. Sorry about that. I had to get a little more of this. 22 peeps in the house. Thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. Everybody's getting a run of shoes on. Where's Tomboy at tonight, Tandy? Are you back to work now? I hope you're not. If you are, I'm sorry to hear that. It's not a really long spring break.
Now sit back and learn the magic.
Maybe next week. Maybe Saturday I'll have Chucky and Tiffany co-house with me. All right. Let's see. 21 peeps in the house. 21 likes. You guys rock and roll. I appreciate you so much. Again, share this out, guys. Let everybody know what we're doing in here tonight, Chucky and I. And make sure to hit that like button when you come through the door, if you will, please and thank you. She's sewing as usual. Of course she is. She doesn't do the scary stuff, does she? Thank you for that, Miss Stormy. Looks like musical Contessa's in the house. Welcome back, ma'am. Good to see you tonight. Wonderful to see you here. Same to you. Welcome, Miss Paula. Thank you for joining us tonight. A little creepy, unexplained, and scary content. Appreciate you so much. Miss Jody Walters in the house. Welcome back, dear. Thank you for joining us tonight for this. Chucky and I are very appreciative of all of you guys for joining us tonight. So grab a blanket, grab a pillow, grab something you can squeeze and hang on to. You might need it. You never know. Has anybody heard about Jennifer Patterson, the haunting of Jennifer Patterson, or the story behind the haunting of Jennifer Patterson? You got bats. Bats? Are you being chased by bats? Oh boy. She got bats, Chuck. Oh no. There's our Phil. Welcome, Phil. This is my co-host, Chuck. Phil, meet Chuck. Chuck, meet Phil. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us, Phil. Appreciate you very much.
First thing we gotta do is body once and for all.
Phil, you gonna say hi, or is that what we know? You want out of the body, Chuck. It's okay. Great to have you here, Phil. I hope you're having a great night. I appreciate you joining us tonight. The dogs have had chicken and are still frantically scraping their plates over here in the kitchen. I bet you they're loving it too. It sounds like. I haven't seen Victoria in a long time, Angel. Long time. Miss Cassie and SRBBB. 24 people in the house. One more like to make a match. 26 people in the house. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. I'm always happy to see you, Phil. Always happy to have you here. Again, guys, please make sure to share it out and let everybody know what we're doing in here. It's always a little bit of fun, in my opinion. I enjoy it, that's for sure. Chucky needs coffee, huh? You want coffee? He's got his True Crime Cafe mug right there, right next to him. There's, see it right here? That's this True Crime Cafe mug. So he's welcome to it anytime. Have some coffee, Chuck. I said you look unhappy. Chuck never looks happy. Cap, never. Yeah, well, he thinks so. He's such a smart ass. He is. I still cast shadows in the moonlight as I lurk about, so I guess it means I'm doing okay. Sounds like it. Sounds like you're doing great. Maybe he does. Maybe he does, Tandy. You never know. You never know. Oh, lordy, 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 lordy. Let's see here. Just give it a few more seconds, folks, and we'll get things a rolling. All right, all right, all right. Um,
They're just fucking delicious too. You can get it with onion. It's all shredded meat. I just have to take the fucking
okay.
mushrooms off and the peppers. Are the fucking mushrooms?
Grateful that you guys are here. Chucky, I said no pickles and extra onions. Cheese. He doesn't listen at all, Angel. He doesn't at all. Come on in, everybody. Please grab a seat. We're getting there. It's almost that time. Can you guys hear me now? Moonlit babies in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here tonight. All right, guys. About 2 or 3 more seconds here. I think I'm going to kick it up. Be quiet. Shh, be very quiet. Yes, I think SRB is feeling better. Oh, what was that? Hold on. I had a scary situation happen today, Jody said. Had to do the Heimlich on a student. Oh my God. I'm glad that they're doing okay, Jody. Amazing. God bless you. That's rough stuff. Somebody, whoever you are, thank you for somebody made a small donation to the Venmo, PayPal, and or Cash App. Thank you for that. God bless. Guys, we don't expect you guys to ever do that, but thank you so much for that. That helps to keep me going, pays the bills, the internet, and all that fun stuff. Thank you for that so very much. Whoever you were, God bless. So very generous. We appreciate that so much. Mama Bear just sent me a message too. Hang on 1 second, guys. Let me see what she talking about. Aha. Awesome. Thank you, Mama Bear. Wait, what's going on here? I want to thank our friends from Down Under for joining us from the other side of the world tonight, too. I really appreciate you guys. Oh, yeah, that was real. That was one of my kids, probably. Yeah, that's awesome that you were there to help, Jody. That's amazing. God bless. Okay. All right, guys. Let's start off tonight with the haunting of Jennifer Patterson. Down to earth. Nothing creepy or crazy about it, in my opinion, but we shall see. Let me know how the audio is, everybody.
It wasn't long after 24-year-old Jennifer Patterson moved into her dream home when she began to notice unexplainable activity.
On several different occasions, when I would come home from work, I would hear like people talking in the house. You couldn't ever really tell what they were saying, but you could tell that they were having a conversation.
Things
I did. Thank you, Mom.
At her housewarming party.
So I had invited one of my friends, and she brought one of her friends and her friend's boyfriend. He's like, "There's people in this house." I'm like, yeah, a lot of them. So we're having a party. He's like, "No, they're not alive, and they don't want you to be here. This is their house."
Her dream home slowly turned into a real-life nightmare.
Both of us were asleep for some time, and it sounded like someone kicked the front door.
I mean, I was shoved down the stairs. I think that was when the realization really set in that my house was haunted.
For those of you that live in Indiana, you never know. Could be your neighbor's house. Just so you guys know, one of these nights on a Saturday night, guys, I'm going to open up the phone lines and the panel. I'm going to give everybody an option to call in or join us on panel and tell their own stories if you have any. So that's coming up too.
It's the summer of 2008. 24-year-old Jennifer Patterson is ready to start the next chapter of her life and find a place of her own.
When I graduated high school, I lived in town, just like a couple blocks from my parents. And I had always boarded my horse. And the one thing that I wanted was to have my horses at my house. So a couple years after, I graduated, my dad talked to this guy and he's like, hey, my dad just died. The house has 5 acres and a barn. Would you guys be interested in looking at it to possibly buy it? And my dad told me about it, and he's like, it's a pretty, cheap for that amount of land and the size of the house for one person, and so.
When this seemingly great opportunity was offered, Jennifer decided to take a look at the house.
There was a stocked pond in the back. It had a cute little front porch, and in the living room there were like these wooden beams that were exposed that I thought were really cute.
She immediately fell in love with the craftsmanship inside the home and knew the 5-acre property would be perfect for her 2 horses.
There were just things in the house that I thought were neat for, a little country house. I saw the potential and I loved some of the character of the house, and so we bought it.
It didn't take long for her to make up her mind and knew this was the place she wanted to live.
Before I even moved in, I had the keys, but I hadn't moved in. This girl that I was working with, she wanted to see the house. She's like, let's go look at the house because, we were friends and we were bored. So I was like, okay, let's go out there. We walk in, and the way you would go in is you would go through the garage and you would be able to see from the doorway to the garage all the way back to the bathroom. It was just like one big old long. And she walked in first and she goes, who else is here? I'm like, nobody, just us. She goes, well, I just saw somebody walk from across the hall in the back, by back there. And I'm like, there's a bedroom, a bathroom, and a bedroom. There's nobody here. She goes, well, I just saw somebody walk across the hallway. She said that she had like weird vibes on the house. Like she felt like she was watched and, just weird things. But I was just like, whatever.
Jennifer thought,
Wow, that's crazy.
but she didn't put too much stock into what her friend was saying. Over the next few days, Jennifer finally began moving her belongings inside the home.
Right before all of my belongings were coming in, I went back to the master bedroom, and it's old people lived there, so it kind of smelled like a nursing home. But then as soon as I would turn around to go out of the room, a giant like whiff of aftershave, the old stinky kind, like the old Spice, it would come and be like waft, and I'd be like, oh God. So I walk into the hallway and, go into the bedroom on the cross from the other one, and it would just smell like an old person's house. And then I would turn around and I'd get a big whiff of that Old Spice again. And it was like somebody was following me. I wouldn't smell it because I'm walking in somewhere, and then I'd turn around and bump into somebody almost. Like, it was gross. I looked in the bathroom in the medicine cabinet, but there was nothing in there. There was a closet in the hallway, but it was empty.
Once fully settled in her new home, the strange activity would continue.
On several different occasions, when I would come home from work, I would hear like people talking in the house. I didn't have a working radio in the house. I had a TV, but the TV was off. There were other times when I'd be
Welcome,
in bed
Justice.
and I would hear people talking like in the bedroom across from mine. You couldn't ever really tell what they were saying, but you could tell that they were having a conversation.
There you go, Justice.
By the sound of the voices, I could never gauge how far or away they would be. It was almost like you could just hear somebody talking, and you'd be like, you'd turn around to look to see where it came from, and it stops. And then you just go look around looking for it, and you're like, I don't know what's going on.
Aside from the unexplainable voices, Jennifer would often hear the sound of old music, but she could never find a source for it.
There were times when I would hear like music and the TV would be off and I would just be either laying in bed or maybe doing the dishes or something. But I could never find the source. You know, I would look, maybe there's a car coming down the road with loud music, but I would look as I'm hearing the music and there would be no cars. It was hard to really hear it, but it was kind of like the old twangy country. Sometimes.
Amen to that, Joe.
Country. It was like the old twangy country, like from the, I don't know, 30s, 40s.
Despite the recent strange activity, Jennifer decided to host a housewarming party.
So I had invited one of my friends, and she brought one of her friends and her friend's boyfriend.
It didn't take long for her friend's boyfriend to unexpectedly approach Jennifer during the party.
And he's like, there's people in this house. And I'm like, yeah, a lot of them. We're having a party. He's like, no, they're not alive. And they don't want you to be here. This is their house. I was like, this is my house. We're having a party. Chill. And then, like, I didn't see him the rest of the night. After he told me, you know, there's people in the house, they're dead, they don't want you here, a man and a woman. I never saw him the rest of the night. I mean, my friend was still there and her friend was still there, but I never saw him the rest of the night.
That's a good trait, Crack Cap.
Jennifer tells her friend about the odd interaction she had the night before.
And after that party, I, told my friend, I was like, your friend's boyfriend is a little weird. She goes, yeah, he's a psychic. And he told me what he said to you. And I'm like, is he like legit? She's like, I don't know.
Figuring someone was just trying to play a joke on her, Jennifer blows the incident off, determined to live a peaceful life in her dream home.
I was dealing with things that I didn't want to tell anybody. Like,
and then these are photos of the actual house, you guys. And you know the funny thing is, a lot of people would look at this house and go, "It's not haunted. It doesn't have to look old and rickety, guys, for it to have some strange things going on in it." That's a fact.
That was happening at the house because I didn't want to look like a weirdo. Nothing had ever happened to me prior to living in that house. I mean, I've been to places where people say, oh, it's haunted, and nothing ever happened. And I move in that house and all hell breaks loose.
Around the same time, one of Jennifer's co-workers approached her, explaining that she knew the previous owners who had lived in her house.
She was like, so you bought the place? And I was like, yeah, it's, you know, it's really cute. And she's like, oh, I knew the owners. I'm like, oh yeah. She's like, yeah.
According to the co-worker, Carl Johnson had built the home for his wife, and they had lived in the house for decades.
He built the house for him and his wife and their like 4 kids. They lived in the basement while he built the upstairs. They were very religious. She passed away in what was my bedroom. He wasn't the same once his wife passed away. Like he loved her so much. Like he wouldn't use the dishwasher because she was the only one that could run the dishwasher. She was the only one that could load it and unload it. So he would never use the dishwasher.
Johnson became distraught and very isolated after the passing of his wife.
And she said that he would just sit in the living room and pretty much mourn her death until he passed away.
Jennifer had also learned that the previous owner, Carl Johnson, had died in the home exactly a year before she moved in.
I just knew that the parents had died. I didn't know that they died in the house when we bought it. If it is haunted, it's just the people that live there because they loved the house. And that's what I kept telling myself.
After this shocking discovery, the activity in her home slowly began increasing.
Well, the attic door wasn't shut all the way. So I went over there and I shut it and I pulled on it to make sure, you know, it was secure. My dogs were on the couch sleeping and I was just watching TV, and all of a sudden that attic door just bam opens up and hits the door jamb behind it. My dogs ran over there, all the hair on the back of their necks standing up, barking up the stairs of the attic. They were pissed. And they just kept barking, and I'm just like, nope, I ain't going over there to see what it is. You guys can take care of it. That scared them, which scared me really bad. I had never seen like my dogs that mad.
No, Kat, this is actually in Indiana. Close, but not quite. It's in Indiana, so yeah. Trying to get your attention, Angel. Trying to get your attention. Got a little something I'm going to handle in here tonight while we're all here too, so I appreciate you guys being here.
The basement flooded when it rained and we didn't know it. They lied to us about the basement, or lied to me and my parents about the basement, saying that it never flooded. They just had a pipe burst or something, and they dried it out, and it was fine. But no, you would have like a swimming pool in the basement when it rained.
Jennifer believed she could coexist with the spirits of the former owners. This was until the activity became more aggressive in nature.
I was putting clothes in the washer, and I was They had ripped off a couple panels off the wall that had been rotten just to, kind of help my parents clean it out. And that was when I heard a get out. Kind of like didn't know if I really heard it, and then I sort of continued to pull panels off the wall, and then it was louder, and I was like, "Get out!" So I was like, "Yep." I ran up the stairs, and something grabbed my leg. And I swear to God, I felt the fingers wrap around my leg, and I just booked it up the stairs. And after that, I was like, something grabbed me. So, I think that was when the realization really set in that my house was haunted.
Months would pass by while the strange activity continued.
So one night I got home, and there was a big picture window in the front of the house. I'm getting out of my car, and I see a silhouette of this, like it must have been like a big old silhouette of a man. And my dogs are just going nuts. So I'm like, I don't know if I want to go in there. So I mean, that was when I called my brother, and he came over, and there was nobody in the house, but I for sure saw him, and my dogs were not happy that something was weird in the house when I got home. Because they usually weren't barking like they were when I would get home. I would just hear them, their little tippy tappies on the linoleum. They weren't barking. They were just ready for me to come out the door.
After becoming closer to co-worker Sean Williams, Jennifer begins telling him about the unexplainable things that have been happening in her home.
So Jennifer and I used to work together. We started talking, and one of the things that she talked about was that she's seen stuff going on in her house. And I was like, "Are you sure?" She's like, "Yeah." And one day she came.
Whoa, Cap, thanks so much, brother, for the super chat. Sorry, guys, I was reading something at the same time. Thank you so much for that super chat, brother. You definitely didn't have to do that. It is so very much appreciated, and I'm sorry, I'll fix the echo, guys. My apologies. So gracious, so generous, my brother. I appreciate you so very much for that, and just for being you and being here, sir. Appreciate you very much. God.
Came into work, and she was walking kind of weird. I was like, "What happened?" And she said that she was doing laundry, and the laundry was downstairs, and she felt something push her down the stairs, and then she ended up hurting her ankle. That's kind of how we started talking about her house being haunted and stuff like that.
I had told him, a few things. I got pushed down the stairs. I probably told him I fell down the stairs, but just that I would hear things and weird noises and stuff like that. I mean, I tried to tell myself I'm just clumsy and fell down the stairs, but when you're at the top of the stairs and you're just walking, and you're not even at the stairs to start walking down, and you feel hands on your back, and you like maybe a foot from the first step to go down, and you just start rolling. I mean, okay, I get it. I'm short, and if I would have...
Oh, hell no, Tandy. That is insane. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to leave that echo for so long. My apologies. Good deal, Cap. Good to hear.
Like tripped, I'm pretty sure I would have landed on the floor and not go down the stairs, because that's how far away I was. I mean, I was shoved down the stairs.
I was just kind of wanted to understand it more, and because everything that I do, I'm really a guy of science. I like to understand things. And so it did intrigue me, but I was also kind of leery of like, is it really true?
After becoming close friends, Sean would eventually ask Jennifer to go on a date.
The relationship that I was in ended, and Sean wanted to take me out, and I wasn't interested because I didn't want, I just got out of a relationship. Well, then he went on a date, and I saw red. I was very jealous, and I was like, well, maybe I do have feelings for this person. And so we started dating, and
Molly, check Discord,
we
please,
were
dear.
together for a while, and then I was like, well, would you want to move in with me? And he said yes.
So it was a 2-bedroom house, and we were in the one side, and the other side was the kids' room, and there was flies that seemed to develop in that room. We'd clean them up, and they just came back, and it only seemed to be kind of in their room. Never understood why, or could not find out. There was no smell, no methane, nothing that seemed to be attracting the flies. They just always ended up by that window.
The flies actually didn't start piling up until Sean moved in. Every time I would vacuum up the flies that were, dying in the kids' room, the next day I would come back and there would be 80 more. To where I would vacuum those up again, and the next day there'd be more. No idea why.
I mean, there was obviously house flies in the house, but not concentrated like it was in that one room. It was one of those things that is just weird to interact with, and it's like, how is this happening? And the winter months was less, but there were still flies there.
"60-mile-an-hour winds blamed for leaving the town of Eureka in the dark, and the local hospital on a backup generator for most of today."
Jen and I were sitting there watching TV late at night, and the way the house was set up is the TV was in front of you. Left of the TV was the hallway to go to the back 2 rooms. And in that hallway on the right-hand side was a little pantry closet. The door opened, and there was an inflatable mattress device up at the top shelf, and that device ended up going completely across the hallway at the top shelf area and hitting the wall. So it wasn't like the device came off the edge and fell to the ground or anything like that. It cleared a 3-foot hallway and hit the wall approximately the same height as where it was being stored. Even if it did fall off the shelf, it wasn't going to fall straight across and hit the wall. It would have fallen down and maybe hit the bottom corner of the wall. It hit almost the same level across.
He's very smart, and he usually can figure out anything. But when he couldn't, he's like, I now, realize that this is something that I can't figure out. And I never faulted you, but I figured there was a way to, explain it. But now I can't explain it, so I know what you were talking about.
It's like, what's going on and how is this happening?
As the days passed by, the activity in the home became more frequent.
In the middle of the night, I woke up, and next to the bed, there was a man standing there. Couldn't see him, like a face or anything. It was just, he was blacker than the black in the room. It would just be like, if you're looking into the dark and all you can see is the head and shoulders, like the outline, because that's blacker than what's surrounding it. I'm like staring at it. I'm like, Sean. And then I'm like, Sean. And then I look back at it and it's gone.
I was just in disbelief and kind of, I don't know how to put it, almost surreal, I guess is the best way to put it. Because, I mean, she's freaking out. I'm trying to figure out what the heck's going on. I mean,
During another night, just about a year after he moved in, Sean would become fed up with the unexplainable activity.
We were, laying in bed, and I always push the button to lock my bedroom door at night. Don't ask me why. I always lock my door. Sound asleep, and I hear the doorknob turn, and out popped you hear the pop of the lock, and the door opened. Nope. That's woke me up because I'm a very light sleeper anyways, and that woke me up and scared the crap out of me.
Hours after falling back asleep, Jennifer and Sean would suddenly be awakened by a loud bang.
it was probably 1, 2 a.m. Both of us were asleep for some time, and it sounded like someone kicked the front door in.
There was a loud bang, which scared both of us.
I have always in my nightstand a gun, so I ended up grabbing my 45 and started just clearing rooms because it sounded like someone busted the door down. Cleared the upstairs, went downstairs, cleared the downstairs, could not find anything that made the sound, so I went outside and started clearing the outside. We lived at her house was on 5 acres, so we ended up clearing the 5 acres, and I could not figure it out. Nothing was open, no damage, but it was enough that it woke both of us up. And like I said, I grabbed my gun and started clearing rooms, trying to figure out what was going on. When I was living at the house, that was my biggest concern, is protecting my family. I didn't physically have anything malicious happen to me. Jen did. And that's what the concerning part was, is, protecting my wife and my kids. How do you protect it against something that you can't touch?
The couple became even more concerned when their 3-year-old son began exhibiting strange behavior.
We noticed that our son was reading, and then he would turn the book to show the picture to somebody that wasn't there in the room.
He seemed like he was talking to somebody. I just talked it up to, it's his imagination. We're trying to get him to learn to read and that. So he's got the little toddler books where he's opening it up and it's star, It's not, when I say reading, he's not reading multi-chapter books, but it was star, and he's just sitting there and flipping the next one, moon, and stuff like that.
Nothing was really happening to the children before that. It was just happening to me, or he was hearing things. But then when we noticed that was happening, that's showing us that they're gravitating towards the kids now. And I was like, no. You leave them alone.
For Jennifer and Sean, this was the final straw.
Welcome, Miss Trish. Wonderful to have you here tonight. Thank you for joining us. Is Stormy still in here? Maybe not. Maybe she left. Hold on, you guys. Let me see something here. Before we continue. Oh, there she is. Oh, okay. Did Alicia fall asleep on us? Oh, there's Alicia. Oh, shoot. Hold on 1 second, you guys. I gotta fix something here real fast. Give me a minute. Oh, okay. Okay. Can you hear me okay, Stormy? Nope. There it is. Alicia, can you hear me? And Stormy, both of you? Justice Jane, welcome. Oh, wait. Stormy can hear me. Okay. Good. You can. Oh, hey. What happened there? Alicia. There's Alicia. Welcome back, ladies. It's great to have you back. Thank you guys for being part of this family, this community. I appreciate and love you both very much. I'm grateful to have you back, Alicia and Stormy. I'm grateful for everything you do and the loyalty you show towards the channel. So thank you both very much. We all appreciate you, and the rest of the crew knows about it. So welcome back, both of you. I ain't trying to make you cry. I just want you to know that you are you're it's good to have you home, Alicia. Oh, Tandy, that's wild. Okay. Now that that's handled. Okay. And welcome, Justice Jane. We love you, Alicia. You know better. Thank you again. And appreciate you guys. That's crazy looking, Tandy. Like, that creeped me out completely. I'll have to show you guys. Hey, Tater. I'll have to show you guys afterwards. This is wild. All right, guys, back to the show. Virginia Wolf in the house. What's up, brother?
The young couple knew they needed to seek out
professional help.
Yeah, Brandy, I was already talking to Brandy about that. So, Brandy, if you can hear me, we can go ahead and link them in there anytime you're ready to, if you want. Or Sherry, either one of you two.
No, I'm definitely a believer now, but I am
Oh, you will. You're about to be, Alicia. No worries.
more inquisitive about it. And when it's happening to you, that's where it gets more concerning, right? Because there's no way of protecting yourself against something that is not physically there.
Yeah.
You know, and that's where I started getting concerned, and where I kind of don't want to touch it, don't want to deal with it.
I figured, we needed some help. I had reached out actually to someone else that was kind of a big paranormal investigator, and he emailed me back and said it wasn't worth his time. So then I went local.
Jen was talking with people and wanted to research the house, and so we ended up finding this one people that would go through and look at the house.
In July of 2013, the Fort Wayne Shadow Chasers Para sisters agreed to come out and investigate the home and property. The team's investigators Tina Lano and Jackie Hicks, along with psychic medium Cheryl Ferguson, arrive at the farmhouse for their investigation.
When they came,
Wow, Phil, thank you so much. Gifting 5 memberships there. That's so very awesome. Let's see, who do we have? Guys, if you guys are interested in receiving memberships, or they get handed out here regularly, just like Phil just dropped 5 of them here. Let's see, who do we have? The new meatballs jumping in the sauce. Thank you again, Phil. That's so very generous of you, dear. I can't tell who got them. Let me see here. Anybody see? Can anybody see who? Because I can't see it because of this video. Let's see. Come on down. Let's see who got this here. Sunny Days, North Carolina Mountain Man. Thank you, Miss Tandy. That's 2. Let me see here. Did Contessa get one? Claire Gibson. Thank you, Tandy. Good to see you, Miss Taylor. Pod Ella. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Kim Young. 5. There we go. Thank you, Tandy. You're good at that. Good stuff. Congrats, guys. Welcome to the sauce. New meatballs. I appreciate you so very much. Oh, shoot, Taylor. We will get you in here one way or another. I promise. We keep trying. We'll get you here one of these days. Make sure that dollar sign down there, you click on the bottom of that, and it's able to. I know you know how to do it, Taylor, so I'm sure that's not it. It's able to receive gifts so that you can get it. We'll get you one, Taylor, one way or another. Hopefully soon.
the first time.
Thank you again so much, Bill. God bless.
I actually stayed. I wanted to see, I was kind of fascinated by paranormal investigating and things like that, but I stayed, and they just, did EVP sessions and just walked around the house checking for, with the EMF detector and just asking questions. And then that's pretty much all they did.
Whoa, did you guys hear that? Did you hear that? That's creepy as hell. That's right. Thank you, Content. There you go, Taylor. Now you'll be able to receive them next time they get shared out. Awesome.
What was that? What was it?
And fingers crossed you get one.
Did you hear it? Yeah. What was that? What was it? Did you guys hear it? Yeah.
That's creepy. That is creepy.
They ended up staying there the night to try to see what's going on. We didn't really get much feedback, but they said they wanted to come back again. So they ended up coming back the second time.
So when they came the second time, I waited on the front porch for them because I wasn't going to go in the house by myself because of everything that we had been through.
Long story short, fast forward, the first time that they stayed out overnight, they thought that we were messing with them with electronic devices because some of the stuff that they got just seemed like it was too perfect. So they ended up coming back the second time with her husband, who's an electrical engineer, And while they were in the house doing their investigation, he was looking for electronic devices that were hid. And it's like, we didn't hide anything at all. So we didn't know at that time, didn't know why they wanted to do it twice, but that's the reason why. And they never did find anything.
And they brought him to look and see if I had speakers and was trying to, make it worse than and faking it, which I wasn't. I wouldn't have even known how to do that. But yeah, because they got some pretty clear EVPs, and they caught a man sneezing when it was all women in the house at the time. I know that they got an EVP, I believe it was when I was leaving, and it says don't go. But yeah, they've got some pretty clear EVPs that they thought that I was faking it.
I thought you meant that 6 of you lived here. I did too. Who is that? I thought you meant that 6 of you lived here. I did too. Who is that? My feet over here by the car. Yes. Twice on the floor for now. I heard a yes, it was one thunder.
The group performs a blessing on the house with hopes to finally end the haunting.
I didn't really know much about like cleansing houses or getting rid of spirits. I didn't really know anything about that. So I thought, whatever they were saying would work.
We ended up having sage burned once as a cleansing of the house, but it didn't seem to help.
The conclusion they came up with was we can sage the house, bless the house, and try to live with it. But they didn't think there was any way of getting rid of the entities that were there. You didn't get pushed down the stairs. And if I can get pushed down the stairs, are they going to do that to one of the kids? They don't deserve that. So no, I'm not going to coexist. He might love his house, but he can have it. I'm not.
Jennifer and Sean decided they could not deal with the paranormal activity any longer. Not wanting to risk the possibility of a physical attack on one of their children, the family would finally leave the home for good.
So my parents took over the house to finish renovating and they were going to sell it for me. And they didn't believe in ghosts. They were very, very very big skeptics. But they had experiences when they were there after we moved out. And they were the only ones there and so now they believe. They were in the basement. And when you open the door to the basement, there was a nail on the wall, and a fly swatter always hung there. Never used it. They were all dead in the kids' room. So my parents were in the basement. Nobody else was there. All of a sudden, that fly swatter was at the bottom of the stairs. And my mom's like, what is that? And Dad's like, it's a fly swatter. And she goes, that was hanging up by the door. He goes, I don't know. So then another time, my dad was there by himself, and he said that when he was in the basement, he heard the garage door open, somebody come in to the mudroom and shut the door and walk through around like in the kitchen. He went up the stairs and there was nobody there. It was only his vehicle in the driveway. Garage door was shut. It was just him. Another time, my dad said that when he left the house, he shut the basement door. When he came back the next day to continue working on it, the door was wide open. When they were finished with their renovations, we put it on the market and had a realtor, and she sold it for us. And I think it's been sold 2 or 3 times now since we've lived there.
Everything that we tried didn't seem to help, so that's the reason why we ended up just moving out of there. And after we moved out, we haven't had anything happen since. The owners of the house did pass away there in the house. That was one of the theories, that it could be them trying to communicate in some lost business that never got addressed and something like that.
What I think is, the reason why things started happening when Sean moved in was because we weren't married and they were religious, and we started renovating the basement. Because like I said, the basement they built and they all lived down there while he built the upstairs. So us tearing down the walls because they got the water down there, I think just, he loved his house and he built that house. So he was not happy that we were tearing it apart.
On 2 separate occasions while living in the home, Jennifer claimed she was shoved down the stairs by an unknown force, resulting in various injuries that required medical attention.
Well, I had tried to grab the banister that went down the stairs, and I had a broken rib, and I think I tore a muscle in my shoulder. There's a lot of bruises. Thankfully, I didn't break my neck or anything. It was pretty scary because, like I said, I was a good foot away from the first step, and if I would have fallen, I would have been like at the first step.
That's dangerous, guys. That's scary stuff.
I was shoved down the stairs.
In 2015, Jennifer would be contacted by New Dominion Pictures, a production company based out of Virginia, who were at the time searching for terrifying paranormal stories to share in Discovery Channel's upcoming 8th season of the hit show, A Haunting.
It was nice to go on a haunting and tell them my story, but then to have them, make it so dramatic and dramatize it, and just that, they added to my story to make it scarier. I mean, it was very scary, but the way that they made the ghost look, I mean, I never saw his face. I mean, he was always just a black shadow. So for them to make him look like he's got cornflakes with black paint on his face, that's just, it was awful. And at the end, they, made me out to be this horrible person by, it was almost like they were cutting and piecing my words together and saying that I didn't care about if the person living there was having experiences. Like, I would care. I hope they're not. I mean, but I don't know if they are. So, I mean, if I would have
It is a really interesting one for sure, Contessa. I've heard that before. It's really interesting.
were to do it again, I probably would have paid more attention to their, because I always watched the show before, but I thought that it was like genuine because I never talked to anybody that, did the show or anything. So it was just, I thought that they were going to be true. And the lady that was doing the questions, she pretty much told me that it was going to follow my story. So the actress who played me reached out to me like right before the episode aired, and we were talking, and
Wow, Trish, that's crazy.
She wanted to know the true story because she said that a lot of the stuff they were telling them to do wasn't even like part of the script. Like, she had read the script and part of it wasn't even like what they were telling them to do or how to react wasn't even part of the script. Like, they were improvising on what, oh, that's not dramatic enough, let's do it this way.
My biggest concern was,
Well, Trish, like I said, maybe I think before you jumped in here that one of these nights, one of these Saturdays, what I'm going to do is open up the phone lines in the panel and bring people in and have people call in and tell their own personal stories. So if you have something you'd be interested in sharing, that'd probably be the best time, and it'd be quite interesting, I would think. So that might be a great thing. We can do that. If anybody has stories or experiences, I think it would be amazing to do that one night.
is like I was saying earlier, is that a lot of stuff happened, but the way, and I understand that you have to have viewers and stuff like that, but a lot of the stuff was dramatized. I didn't see the guy down in the basement when I was clearing the rooms and stuff like that. I was trying to figure out what made the sound and never did find anything that truly made the sound. And that's kind of where, it's all about ethics, and it's all about, if we really want to understand that ghosts are real, we really need to make sure that the true information is getting out, because once you start putting this stuff in that ends up discrediting the story, then you're discrediting the whole what's actually happening. And so everyone goes into this disbelief that it's not real.
In addition to fabricating what Jennifer and Sean told them during their interviews, the show also failed to include some key pieces of the story.
The scariest one that I think that a haunting didn't want to mess with was with my dogs, because it's hard. They have, a budget. Dogs are hard to manage and had a small budget, I guess. And but when the door flung open to the attic and my dogs ran over there freaking out, that was a big one that they should have, maybe not put so much into this. They should have put that scene in there, because that was very scary. I just random pictures of my dogs that I took in the living room, and there's like smoke right in front of them. And the local newspaper, when they found out a haunting was going to do my story, I had sent the newspaper those pictures, and people are like, she says smoking in her house. That's an ashtray right there. No, I don't smoke in my house. I have dogs. Hello, stupid. I would zoom in and try to figure it out, and I'm like, well, maybe it's dust, or somebody was driving by when I was taking the picture. I mean, I had someone from the Dead Files reach out to me after we had moved out. The house was empty and everything, but they sent me the paperwork, and I signed it for them to come out with Amy to walk through the house. But after I signed the paperwork, they never got back with me. So, I mean, that was the only other thing that was going to happen at that house that I know of.
After their horrifying experience living in the house, Jennifer and Sean became more interested in learning about paranormal phenomena.
Afterwards, it intrigued my interest. We did go other
It's a
places.
nice
that
house,
were
too.
supposedly haunted. There's a place in Columbia City, the jail. We ended up going there and did some things, and I didn't really see anything there. I actually, down in the basement, is supposed to be the most haunted spot in the jail. I had lights off and had my recorder on, and I was down there for probably 10, 15 minutes, and I didn't see anything there, and nothing was recorded. But it did intrigue me, like I said. So I did do a couple ghost hunts and that, and never had anything there at the house. I did.
In 2022, Jennifer would appear on the United States of Paranormal podcast, which is run by Jeremy Golden, who would later offer Jennifer a spot as co-host of the show.
Well, actually, I started a new job.
Thanks,
and
SRB.
Jeremy works for me at our job, and he started telling me that he has all these podcasts, and he has one called the United States of Paranormal. And I'm like, oh, well, that's cool. I lived in a haunted house. I was on a haunting. And he's like, what? So I went on to the podcast and I told my story, and they asked questions, and we just talked. And then a couple weeks later, he asked me if I wanted to join the podcast, and yeah, I've been doing it since. The realtor was aware of why we moved out, and I don't know if they disclosed that to the new owner, but I mean, I wouldn't want anybody to go through what we did in their home. So, I mean, I hope that whoever's living there is enjoying their cute little house.
Legally, I believe.
Was to attack. What do you do? This is the house that you live in. It's not like, okay, just don't mess with it anymore. It's like, no, I've got to come back tomorrow and stay in the same place. So
legally, I think they have to. I think legally they have to disclose it. There's more coming, Paula. No worries. But whether they do or not, I don't know.
And definitely made me understand a little bit more of what you're messing with that might not necessarily be something you want to mess with.
And that was The Haunting of Jennifer Patterson, guys. This is a real deal scenario this woman went through. It's pretty wild. I don't know if anybody has ever experienced anything like that personally, but it wasn't so creepy. It wasn't so bad, SRB. It could have been worse. They could have played all sorts of wild things in there and music and so on and so forth. So, excuse me. Sorry, guys. I got the hiccups for some reason. What do you think? Yeah, that's what I thought. Contestant says, in most states, a homeowner no longer needs to disclose. But they used to. Okay. I thought it was something like that. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. You just sit there and be quiet, Chuck. All right, guys. Let's move on to the next part of tonight. Let's see what we got here. Hold up. I hope you guys are enjoying this so far. Appreciate you all being here so very much. All right. This next one's interesting too. Mark and Betty in the house. Good to see you. Great to have you here. Cheers to you, my friend, from over the pond. All right. I got actually a couple things. It depends on how long these take. Let's see. Hold on a minute here. Let's see. Now, here in Ohio, we have a whole lot of haunted stuff here. It's just a thing here. I don't know why, but lots of. So this next one, guys, is about the SS Satum, the ghost ship of the Ohio River. It's quite an interesting story. All right, and again, I appreciate you guys joining us tonight. Justice is coming. Thank you so much for the super chat, $4.99. God bless, much appreciated. Again, Phil, thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That was awesome and amazing, very generous of you, and I appreciate that so very much. Right, exactly, Cap. Good point. Good point. Yes, Justice, thank you so much for your support. We appreciate that so very much. We really do. How the audio is.
She sat here for over 3 decades on this small creek off the Ohio River. She's been called a ghost ship, a paradise for urban explorers, and a fun destination for kayakers. But her history has been largely forgotten, except by a small group of enthusiasts. This vessel is over 120 years old, served in both World Wars, and has an interesting connection to the Lusitania disaster.
Originally, we were told it was built for President Theodore Roosevelt.
She went by many names: the Celt, the USS Fennecyte, the Sightseer, the Circle Line 5, but most often she was known as the SS Satum. In this adventure, we're stepping aboard her, seeing what remains, and diving into her history like never before. But before we dive into the history of this ship, please subscribe and turn on post notifications so you'll be alerted with each future video. The story of the Satum began over 120 years ago, 3 states away. Pusey and Jones Shipyard in Wilmington, Delaware was founded in 1848 and boomed during the American Civil War, making sloops and cargo vessels for the Union. They continued after the war, making groundbreaking ships, including the first iron-hulled ship built in the U.S., and also some racing yachts, including winners of the America's Cup. They furnished some large vessels with their engines, including the paddle steamer T.J. Potter, which sailed the Columbia River in Oregon, and is a shipwreck that I've also filmed for my channel. But they also made luxury yachts, and the ship we're exploring today was both a luxury yacht and a racing yacht. Yard number 306 was commissioned in 1901 by a man named John Rogers Maxwell. Maxwell was a businessman and owned more railroads than a Railroad Tycoon 2 player on Windows 98, with stakes in the Lackawanna and Western Railroad, the Durango Central Railroad, and the Central Railroad of New Jersey, in addition to being president of the Atlas Portland Cement Company, which later supplied materials for the Panama Canal and the Empire State Building. Well, this man was obviously a millionaire, and the next natural step for him was that he wanted a luxury steam yacht. Maxwell was Irish-American and chose the name Celt for his yacht. She was to be 186 feet in length, 24 feet wide, with a gross tonnage of around 217 tons. When we peer down into her engine room from the main deck, we see a newer engine rather than the ship's original 4-cylinder triple expansion steam engine. However, we also see several exposed crossbeams, part of her framing. Kelt was built with 100 of these steel frames from her stem to her stern, all neatly riveted together. It was on April 12, 1902 that Kelt was launched into the Christina River of Wilmington, after which she was towed to the yard's fitting-out wharf. Here her interiors were completed, smaller machinery installed, and this ornate scrollwork on the bow was added. So many beautiful details like this were lost over time, and decades of repurposing and remodeling have removed nearly every last remnant of her early yacht years. Nothing remains of these lavish interior fittings she once had. 9 richly furnished staterooms, each with electric fans, ice boxes, and finished in mahogany. She had plenty of bathrooms on board, tiled in green, with mosaic floors. Got tiles there. This must have been a head right here. Toilet. I did actually find some green tiling on board, in an area that was certainly once a bathroom. Could this actually be the final trace of her luxury yacht interior? Well, that certainly is Victorian-era wrought iron on top of the tiling, so I take that back. I suppose there actually is something remaining from her early years. In addition to the passenger quarters, this was obviously a very large vessel that required her own dedicated crew. The owner couldn't simply have a fleet captain that drove whichever ship he wanted driven that day. No, the Kelt actually required its own dedicated captain, stewards, cooks, engineers, and firemen for the boilers. The Kelt was delivered ahead of schedule to Maxwell for a sum of $250,000. Maxwell was pleased with his gorgeous new yacht, the flagship of his fleet of 27 personal crafts. It plied the waters of Long Island Sound for almost a decade, often turning heads and impressing everyone who sailed on her. With each passing summer, her fans grew in number, to the point where Maxwell began chartering the vessel out to his rich friends. In 1910, just off of Battery Park, Manhattan, Kelt ran into a barge, damaging both vessels, but minimally. She was patched up within 4 months and sent on her way, but shortly after that, her owner, John Maxwell, passed away. His widow sold the Kelt to a new owner, a man named Manton Metcalf. Metcalf loved the boat, making it his own private yacht, but renamed her the Satum. It was most often seen in New England waters between Long Island and Rhode Island, always proudly flying the flags of her owner. In 1914, Metcalf gave the Satum a complete overhaul. However, trouble was brewing overseas. On May 7, 1915, the Cunard liner RMS Lusitania was attacked and sunk by German U-boat U-20. Germany had been engaging in unrestricted warfare against Allied shipping, and even though the United States was neutral, it was apparent that the U.S. would soon be entering the fight against the Kaiser. Thomas Edison, famed New Jersey inventor, had long been pushing for the U.S. government to support his research into anti-submarine tactics and technology, and the aftermath of the Lusitania finally gave Edison's requests the attention they deserved. However, it would still be a solid 2 years before any actual support arrived. It was in 1917 that the United States finally entered the war. The U.S. Navy was leasing private yachts from citizens for coastal defense and other at-home military purposes, and our friend Manton Metcalf lent them the Satum. Now, the SS Satum was officially the USS Satum, with the designation of SP-192. The first proper assignment the USS Satum was given was a 10-week loan to Thomas Edison. The ship was kitted up for dozens of experiments, the supplies for the 10 weeks, and modified to accommodate the inventor, his wife, his son, and his crew of up to 20 technicians. For these 10 weeks, the Satum sailed up and down the East Coast, out past Florida, and even into the Caribbean. Now, it's easy to believe that this voyage was more about pleasure than business, and indeed Edison did enjoy himself, but he got very little rest. They got a ton of stuff done in terms of experiments and trying out new things. They developed camouflage methods for various vessels, and his notes seem to indicate that it was used on a Cunard ship. They developed ways to minimize a ship's turning radius when under attack, improved the abilities of maritime searchlights, and even developed the precursor to radar. Edison used these specific successes to later go on and establish the U.S. Naval Research Laboratory. Now, I know that's a very generic name, but it is an official department of the U.S. military. So one could actually argue that the USS Satum right here was the first official U.S. Naval Research Laboratory. This is something of incredible historical significance. And yet she's sitting here in the mud, rotting away in the middle of nowhere. All told, Edison conducted experiments on 49 different projects aboard the Satum, many of which were successful, but the Navy lost interest in this work and recalled the ship the following spring. Instead, the Satum was fitted out for coastal patrols. She was fitted with two 37mm cannons on the bow and a 57mm cannon on the stern, as well as machine guns and depth charges. Satum patrolled the entire east coast of the United States, but never saw combat. Satum was returned to her civilian owner, Manton Metcalf. He kept it briefly as a yacht, but sold it to Philadelphia banker Roland Taylor. As the Prohibition era came to the United States when alcohol was banned nationwide, Taylor used the ship as a rum runner. Sort of as a mothership kind of thing, where he would anchor it offshore and then have a smaller boat smuggle the alcohol to a local coastal village. He did occasionally use Satum as a personal yacht, but the Prohibition era was succeeded by the Great Depression, and in 1932 Roland Taylor sold Satum for a fraction of her worth. It was bought by a Captain Jacob Martin, who used it as a charter boat for fishing parties out of New York and New Jersey. Here's Captain Martin, standing aboard the Satum shortly after he purchased it. He's on the starboard side upper deck facing forward. I'd absolutely love to have been able to recreate this angle while I was on board and inset this photo as I do in a lot of my videos, but the upper deck doesn't exist anymore. However, just so you know, he's standing right around this spot. Business for Captain Martin prospered. His vessel could accommodate 250 passengers per voyage, and the luxury yacht fixtures inside made it a popular choice for charters. Within just a few years, Martin wanted to give the Satum an overhaul, replacing the old coal boilers and steam engines with a more modern diesel engine. It was indeed cost-effective, but it had a lower horsepower and therefore a slower speed output. This engine from 1936, ordered by Martin and built by Fairbanks Morse, is the engine that we see on board her today. Now, some of you may recognize Fairbanks Morse as the company that built the coal tower in Thurmond, West Virginia, featured in one of my other documentaries. Funny enough, I explored the SS Satum the day before I filmed my documentary on Thurmond. Fairbanks Morse was a company I'd never heard of, and I encountered them twice in a single weekend. Anyway, it was a 7-cylinder 37D14 diesel engine, which generated 805 horsepower. The engine room today is flooded out and completely inaccessible, but I was able to lean down and reach the camera inside. The engine sits in mud and water, rusting away, despite the fact that it is one of only 3 surviving diesel engines of this type left in the world. The high for Martin didn't last long. On February 17, 1942, 2 months after the attack on Pearl Harbor and the entrance of the United States into the Second World War, the U.S. Navy requisitioned the SS Satum once more. This time, they rented her from Martin for $65,000, and that would last for the duration of the war. Unlike in the First World War, where the Satum managed to maintain her charm throughout the war and preserve most of her fine interiors, this time around, the Navy completely changed her. You'd almost be unable to tell that she was once a millionaire's high-class yacht. Instead, she looked a little bit like a Navy corvette and was ready to chase down any U-boat that she encountered. She was rearmed once more, this time with a 3-inch gun on her stern, 4 50-caliber machine guns, and 2 depth charge racks. In the end, she was practically a completely different vessel. As such, she was given a new name, the USS Fennecyte. Captain Harold Homefield, seen here at her helm, was her commander during this time.
We were told it was built for President Theodore Roosevelt. This was completely refitted. They put on armor plate all around. We had the same caliber cannon, we call it a 3-inch 50 gun, on our vessel, with lots of machine guns around.
Her primary use for the first part of the war was coastal patrol. But in late 1944, she was reassigned to the Fleet Sonar School Squadron of Key West, Florida, where she primarily acted as a sonar trainer for new recruits.
And our job was to take out people who were attending classes at the sonar school, learning anti-submarine warfare. And we and about 10 other ships or so working from the same area would take out these groups, enlisted personnel and officer personnel separately. We'd work with our own submarines. We had about a dozen World War I submarines that were being utilized to do this work.
The Fennecyte was ready for action if she ever encountered the enemy on her training missions, but this never occurred. By the end of the war, the Fennecyte had still never seen significant enemy action. However, the war wasn't completely uneventful for her. In 1943, Fennecyte was involved in a rescue of a ship that was torpedoed, and later she unsuccessfully pursued a German U-boat after it had shot down a U.S. Navy blimp. Her captain, who lived to be 99 years old, also recalled, among other stories, a terrible experience while the ship was on patrol.
Sitting in the wardroom, finishing my breakfast, and one of the officers came in, white-faced, man overboard. So, of course, rushed out there and saw that there was a sailor in the water, and he was sort of struggling. And I knew from my Red Cross training that you get a boat out there, you don't jump in yourself. We were operating in shark-infested waters. Well, anyhow, this poor young fellow suddenly went under and didn't come up again. And so we kept looking way into the night. We were never able to recover the body. So it was obvious to us that some shark had gotten him.
She was initially supposed to be returned to her civilian owner, Jacob Martin, but the Navy kept such poor maintenance on her that they didn't tell Martin and they just offered her for scrap. Well, Martin found out about this, and he had to actually buy his own ship from the Navy. I think it was around $5,000. However, after taking...
Excuse me. Welcome, Dawn. We're running a little bit of our creepy unexplained stuff tonight to make up for Saturday night. Tonight we covered the Jennifer Patterson haunting, and we're looking into the it's called the Ohio ghost ship, the SS Satum. The story and history behind it, and then there'll be some other little stuff that we're going to throw in here too tonight. So a little bit of everything, Don. But thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you.
Such a financial hit and finally seeing the damage they had done to her, he realized he didn't have the money needed for repairs. In 1946, he was forced to put her up for sale. Meanwhile, there was a sightseeing company in New York City known as Circle Line Sightseeing Cruises. Well, they were called that because, well, they circled Manhattan. They purchased the Satum, which had been reverted back to her civilian name, and once more renamed her. This time, they called her the Sightseer. The stripping that the U.S. Navy did to her gave the Circle Line more or less a blank slate to do what they wanted. They were proud of her wartime service, and they wanted to maintain that modern steel warship feeling that she got from the U.S. Navy, but they also wanted to embrace her fine yacht lines and go back to her origins. In the meantime, her superstructure was enlarged so that the ship could now accommodate up to 500 passengers, far more than her initial builders had ever dreamed she'd be carrying. She sailed with the Circle Line for years, popular with their customers as the fleet's flagship. She would round Manhattan on 3-hour voyages, departing the company's new location at Pier 83, sailing south to the Statue of Liberty. From there, she'd sail around Battery Park and north up the East River. She'd sail through the Harlem River and then back south along the Hudson, passing the ocean liner terminals until returning to her home pier. These voyages were often said to be the best way to view the city, and the Sightseer, former Sachem, was the most popular of their vessels. In the late 1950s, she was renamed the Circle Line 5 as the company restructured their fleet. On the bow, her Circle Line name was painted, still visible today on both sides. At some point, they removed the ship's classic original wooden wheelhouse and replaced it with a more modern one. In 1977, after 31 years of serving the Circle Line and carrying nearly 3 million passengers, she was deemed obsolete as her operating costs were too high and she was retired. She was stripped of anything useful, donated to the Sea Scouts, towed to the New Jersey side of the Hudson River, and she sat there, seemingly abandoned. There were actually passive efforts to maintain her, perhaps even eventually restore her to her former glory, but these always fell through, usually because of money reasons. The years went on and the ship fell further and further into disrepair. Well, that is until 1986, when Robert Miller, a businessman and a maritime enthusiast, decided that he wanted to buy the ship as his own personal pleasure yacht. He paid $7,500 for her, and he promised to have her towed out and removed from the site within 7 days. The first thing he did was he renamed her the Sachem once more, and for the following weeks, he would tow her from pier to pier all around the Hudson, basically dodging mooring fees and skipping out on paying.
Thus far, they haven't hit on any of these ghost stories that are supposed to be involved with this. So, don't be disappointed. This is supposed to be telling certain stories that have affected this boat that are hauntings, but it's still an interesting history lesson.
As he was doing the basic maintenance to the vessel. All the while, he was making the 10-hour drive from his home near Cincinnati, Ohio, all the way out to New York Harbor, and back, every weekend. It was around this time when Robert was working on the ship that a limousine pulled up onto the dock, and a music studio producer got out and approached Robert and explained that they were producing a music video for Madonna's new song, Papa Don't Preach. And he asked him, "Can we use the Sachem in the background?" He agreed, and the ship makes a brief cameo appearance in the video. Well, Robert couldn't keep dodging those mooring fees for long, nor could he keep driving 20 hours a week to work on the ship. Nor could he keep vandals off of her, who had now twice broken into her, stole his tools, and stripped things off of the ship. Now, what he had to do is, if he wanted to keep her, he needed to bring her home, so that he could work on her more regularly and keep a closer eye on her. But the ship couldn't move. The Fairbanks Morse engine inside of her was dead, and she was in terrible condition. She was too big to haul over land, so what could he do? Well, from that pier in New Jersey, in the summer of 1988, he set out on what was no doubt an incredible adventure. He, along with his wife, some friends, and his dog, set sail up the Hudson River, through the Erie Canal, through the Great Lakes, into Chicago, and down the Mississippi River, and then back up the Ohio River to his property in Kentucky, near Cincinnati, Ohio. A 2,600-mile voyage on an aging vessel that now looked more like a drug smuggler's boat in Southeast Asia than a former luxury yacht. To make this incredible journey, he improvised a number of fittings and machinery on the ship, including a makeshift helm on the upper deck. He essentially had a lawn chair up there on that deck that he would steer from, and an engine mounted down below him. And to control that engine from his lawn chair, he had a broomstick that he would just lean back and poke at the engine until it did what he wanted. But that engine, that was by far the wildest improvisation he had. He cut.
And don't worry, guys. Once this part of this is over, I have some other stuff to add here that is truly creepy for sure. So be prepared.
Out a portion of bulwark from the fantail and welded a Z-drive propulsion unit. To power it, he used an old bulldozer engine that he salvaged. In ideal conditions, he could make 8 knots, but when going against currents, he could barely do 2 knots. That old bulldozer engine is still mounted on the ship's fantail, although the odds and ends off of it have been pilfered by souvenir hunters. Somehow the Sachem's final voyage from New Jersey to Kentucky seemed more like a grungy trip on a makeshift junkyard raft than a triumphant voyage of an antique vessel on her way to restoration. Now, Robert and his team were actually detained by Canadian port authorities because when they were sailing through Lake Huron, they accidentally crossed into Canadian water.
But what's amazing to me is to see this thing the way it looks now as what it looked like when it was built. It's insane how much it's changed, you know? That's true. Even the alien drones left Jersey after the tax bill. Good point there, Cap.
They were briefly detained, but things were sorted out, and they were allowed to continue on their way pretty quickly. The Sachem puttered up the Ohio River, worn out and exhausted, and was tucked into a small tributary near Petersburg, Kentucky. At the time, this was Miller's property, and from here, he'd be able to work on her more regularly. His incredible journey was over, but the same might be said for the Sachem herself. Miller was out of money. On top of that, the water level in the river dropped, and the ship now stuck hard in the mud. Miller, at this point, gave up. He eventually retired, sold this land, and moved to Mexico. He always hoped that some restoration efforts would come together and take the ship off of his hands and she'd be given a new life. But there was no such luck, at least not yet. Robert Miller died in 2016, and the Sachem still sits here in the same mud that she got stuck in over 30 years ago. The Sachem now sits all but abandoned on a small creek feeding into the Ohio River. The hull has rusted through.
Have a great night, SRB. Thank you for doing all you do. Appreciate you, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow morning. Sleep tight, and I hope you're feeling better. Bye-bye.
In many areas, exposing every last compartment of her to the river. Nothing on the ship remains watertight, and fewer parts of her upper portion are structurally sound. I kayaked out to her, again after seeking permission in advance, and I climbed aboard. The gun mounts from her service in the Second World War are still on her deck, having been preserved by the
Not in a long time,
as part
Paul.
of her heritage, but they're now buried deep under nearly a foot of silt and mud.
Just look at how thick the mud has caked on this deck.
Mud so thick that foliage and even a full tree are growing from it. This visit was in the winter, when more of the vessel would be exposed, but in the summer, the ship looks like a garden, covered in green and in parts impenetrable by brush.
And I'm sure it would be damn near impossible to try to restore it now because it looks like the frame is completely rusted out, completely, just gone. I mean, I'm sure they could replace pieces of it, but is it worth it? You know what I mean? I would maybe take some of the planks off of it and use those to build something else in memoriam of it, possibly, or something like that would be interesting.
Her stern points out towards the river, the old bulldozer engine hanging off the fantail, and the after compartments sit deeper in the water. It was impossible to access the lower levels, but we could peer down at times.
Agreed, Cap. Oh, yeah, definitely, Molly.
This companionway may have led down to a galley area, as the compartment below was adjacent to the dining room. If her layout can be compared to the other luxury yachts by Pusey and Jones, then this compartment, forward of her engine room, would have been staterooms, likely one on either side of the ship, and a corridor up the center line. The next compartment forward may have been crew or additional staterooms. We can see tanks at the bottom of this compartment, likely part of a CO2 fire suppression system. I wouldn't be surprised if that was added by the US Navy. The forepeak, the one and only compartment not flooded at the river's current height. Walking along the promenade on the sides of the ship reminds me of much of the ship's history. I wonder how many people stood along these railings, waving to friends, or pointing out fish as they drifted by, or shooting at them.
Doubtful.
A stairwell was added on the after deck by the Circle Line for a second level of passengers. Although today, I wouldn't trust those steps one bit. The Circle Line, by the way, which owned the Satum for over 30 years and by far got the most mileage out of her, is still in business today, offering tours of Manhattan and are indeed one of the best ways to see the city if you ever visit. The Celt, the Sachem, the Fennikite, the Sightseer, the Circle Line 5, the ghost ship of the Ohio River. Call her what you will, but she's a fascinating piece of obscure maritime history rapidly being claimed by nature. Perhaps her story isn't over, or perhaps it ended over 30 years ago. There is actually a grassroots effort that still wants to restore her and take her out of here and turn her into some sort of a museum ship, converting her and bringing her back to life. It would be a monumental undertaking just to move her out of this mud, to say nothing about the work needed to repair her. However, given her rich history, you would almost think that even the US Navy would want to step up. I mean, this is the first official US Naval Research Laboratory. Thomas Edison sailed aboard her for 10 weeks, and up to 4 US presidents were on board. We know Warren G. Harding, and we know Herbert Hoover. It's possible that Teddy Roosevelt and FDR were on board. That's both the Roosevelts, two very opposite people, but, the same ship. And not at the same time. You can find out more about the Sachem at uss-sachem.org. Those historians actually helped with the research and material that went into this video to make sure that this documentary thoroughly told the entire history of the Sachem, so that...
All right, guys. So somebody sent that to me and said that this is really interesting. So I didn't pre-watch it, of course. It was very interesting as far as history goes. So maybe that's what they were referring to. I thought that it was going to be for that. So we got a little history lesson tonight, which is fine. I have some other stuff for you anyway. So just hang on. All right. A couple other things possibly. Excuse me. Yeah, it's a good hit. I love the history behind some of these things. It's really interesting to me. Really interesting. All right, guys, let me get this to load up. All right, give me a second. I didn't throw this in the title because I didn't know if we'd have time, but I had it here. It's back up. All right. So tonight is based on hauntings, guys. So we're gonna go for a little trip to the Corganville house. Okay. There is some intense, according to the titling of this, paranormal activity within the Corganville house, and they do a bit of an investigation. And I thought you guys would enjoy that. I was hoping we may have some time. I really wanted to look into this, but I didn't want to overdo it. So I didn't put it in the title, but I kept it here just in case. So this is where we're headed, guys. So please let me know how this sounds. Very interesting. I have seen this, so hopefully you guys will enjoy this.
When I first moved here, I thought it was really pretty and like nature, and I love wildlife, and I didn't know anything about the history before moving here, and I didn't even know about Corganville. I didn't know what Corganville was. I'd never heard of it.
Corganville Park. These trails are charged with spiritual energy from throughout history. Locals report hearing Native American chanting echoing through the mountains, unexplained orbs, and even doppelgangers. Security guards have witnessed groups of people dressed in black robes entering the park at night, and this may explain some of the ritualistic symbols and altars that are found throughout the park today. Hundreds of mysterious murders and suicides have led locals to believe there's a darker force that could be luring people into the park. Despite this being sacred land blessed by indigenous people, this land has been a spot for cult rituals and satanic worshipping. There's a spiritual warfare going on, and one resident who lives on the land feels the direct effects of the multiple spirits on her property, and she reached out to us for help.
I was scared to death. I thought, well, what the hell was going on? I thought, does this mean that I'm gonna die? I thought, I didn't know.
But look,
there's no reason. Still here? Yeah, we're still here, and so are you.
Leave. This is like a weird, I don't know if you want to call it omen.
If I could leave this place, I would. But I feel that there's something that needs to be put to rest here.
It's recording. I didn't even press record. It's recording. It's
Corganville Park. Don't go there at night. It's not. People say, "Oh, well, spirits can't kill you." Oh, they. You don't know that for sure. You really don't know that for sure.
So I'm in my car, all packed up and ready to meet Jim for tonight's investigation. We are heading to Corganville Park, which may look familiar because we were there a couple of months ago filming for the Manson Tunnel murder episode. If you saw that episode, then you know that the activity that we got there was absolutely off the charts. And honestly, I feel like we left with more questions than we did when we actually went into the investigation. This place is no joke. So many people reached out about their own paranormal experiences around that area, but one viewer in particular reached out to us really needing our help, as she actually lives in one of the maybe 5 houses on the property, and she had some very strange stories to tell us. So last week, me and Jim were actually on an investigation like 3 hours away up on top of a mountain somewhere, and when she reached out to us, we literally dropped everything to jump on this opportunity, and we headed to her home immediately. Now, the footage that you're about to see took place over the course of maybe an hour, but there was enough evidence for us to decide that we wanted to come back and do a real thorough investigation. So we're going back tonight with a psychic medium who doesn't know anything about where we're taking them tonight. So we're gonna go and investigate, and we're gonna get some answers to what is behind the hauntings on this property. I've said this once, and I'll say it again. All good investigations start like this. The investigations where we think we're gonna go to an area and just whatever it is, the universe takes us on a completely different path. We're here for it, and just from my experience, I've learned to just go with it. Don't fight against it, because there's a reason why we're here right now.
She was talking about this tree here. She said it's like, did you say 700 years old?
Oh yeah, you can tell that it's definitely an older tree, that's for sure. It's huge.
I don't want to go back to that tree with the markings on it to start off there.
The trees in back, the one with the X on it, everybody, the neighbors all called it the hanging tree. I mean, literally, you could see rope marks. Come to find out from my neighbors, yes, it literally was a hanging tree, because when they would come through here on the Wells Fargo Pony Express, the banditos, as they called them, then they would wait behind rocks or what have you, and they would rape and murder the women, the kids. So it really, truly was a hanging tree. You sometimes feel like somebody's watching you. It's hard to describe. It's hard to describe. There's been times where it's been really uncomfortable.
You can't see too well right now because it is dark, but this place is like a little village. It's really, really cool. They've worked really hard back here. If you just come down this way, this is the hanging tree. So you can see this marking, it's like the X on the tree here. And nobody knows what this is from. It's not painted on. It's not burnt on. It almost looks like it's just like pigments or something like that. Which is what Native Americans would use for cave paintings and things like that. So this is a huge piece of history right here. I kind of want to touch it. Wow. I don't know why, but I feel like the energy, like the second I brought the REM pod out, the energy kind of shifted. I don't know if you're feeling that, but... Did you hear that? Sounded like something fell over. My REM pod isn't turning on.
You need a battery?
No, this is a fresh battery. Which is kind of weird because remember like when you gave her the walkie and the walkie wasn't working? Like randomly, the first time you gave her it, and we were playing about with it for like a couple minutes and then it just started working.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kat.
This is actually a different brand as well, so I've never had any problems with this never working.
I think I got one more battery in my...
No, it's not the battery. I just put in 2 brand new batteries. It's not the battery.
I'm glad to hear that, Cap. I'm glad you... I like to see people say things that like that. They enjoy these things or they get something out of this. It makes me feel like I'm doing a good job at what I do and I'm doing something, you know? So thank you for that statement. It really means a lot to me, sir.
Do you get the feeling you're being watched? I get that.
I feel weird.
Let's go back to the front a second.
Okay, yeah. Wait. I'm just curious, was that always like that? I just filmed that tree. That bark wasn't like that?
No.
Okay, come on. Let's...
I think they hear someone's fucking with us.
You think someone's fucking with
I
us?
do. You just get that feeling. It was too loud right there for that just to randomly have happened. You know? I really feel like maybe not.
Listen, I would say if this was anybody else, maybe. But I really don't think that we're getting fucked with or anything like that because we know this area. We know how weird this area is. We've experienced it ourselves. Weird shit happens here all the fucking time. And also, the REM pod not working, the walkie's not working. We've not even started our investigation. Yes, there were a couple of really loud noises, but the second I brought my REM pod out, I started feeling extremely uneasy. I don't know what's there, but it knows why we're there, and it doesn't want us there. That's what I think. Are you okay?
Yeah.
One of the strangest things that happened to me here was I wasn't home. I came home that evening about midnight, and when I came home, my son came in the kitchen and he said, "Did you just get home?" I said, "Yes, I just got home." "Just now? You just got home?" I said, "Yeah, I got home just now." I said, "Why?" And at first he didn't want to tell me. And then finally he did. And he said, "Because I was in my room and I heard something in the kitchen, so I came out to the kitchen and I saw you at the refrigerator door looking in the refrigerator door open. And I said hi, and you just kind of went, I didn't really say anything, so I figured maybe you were upset, so I went back in my room." He says, "But it couldn't have been you because you just got home." He said, "But I know it was you." when he told me that, I was scared to death. I thought, well, what the hell was going on? I thought, does this mean that I'm gonna die? I thought, I didn't know. And I still don't have any idea how that could happen. I mean, because he clearly saw me. If I could leave this place, I would. But I feel that there's something that needs to be put to rest here, or something evil that needs to be gone, that needs to go away. If there's something, an attachment or something, I don't want anything to be attached to me and me take something that's not good, evil, demonic, anything that's not good. I don't want to take anything with me anywhere. It needs to be gotten rid of. I mean, for good.
Just reviewing the footage of when we first came in here, that bark was on that tree, and what was the first thing that she done when she brought us in here? She was like, look at this tree. I was like, that's a gorgeous tree. We were talking about the tree. I don't know if that's what that noise was. Imagine if we were standing under there. This is like a weird, I don't know if you want to call it omen or whatever, and I know you guys are probably thinking it's just a tree, but this is weird. This is weird to me. The timing of this, and that we were just talking about this, I don't like it at all.
Alicia. We're just on the side of the house here at the big tree. If you want to step out for just 2 seconds.
What, that happened just now?
Yeah. Nobody else is outside or anything?
No.
Okay.
I can't believe I didn't
like a
hear that.
warning sign. That's how I feel like that's a warning sign. Well, if there's anything here with us right now, if you were the one that knocked the bark off of the tree like that, was that a warning sign? Can you make that device light up for us? Can you go to the antenna? Can you touch that for us? Did you want us to leave? Why is it making that high-pitched noise?
I don't know.
Can you make that stop? Can you hear it? It's like going up and down. Listen to that. What? Look, there is. And there's no wind.
Can you cut it off, please?
Good job. Are you a child spirit? Can you light that up if you're a child?
When Jeffrey and I were sitting in the living room watching TV, I looked to the front door. I could see a little boy and a little girl standing there. They were standing outside of the door, but with the beveled windows, you wouldn't be able to see clear figures of them, but I could see them clearly. And they looked like Little House on the Prairie. The little girl had dark hair and with 2 braids, one on either side, and the little boy had sandy blonde hair with the crop cut hair and bangs, and they were just standing there and just really sad. And it's something, I don't know why, but I thought fire. Maybe if they died in a fire, I don't know. And then come to find out later on, I wasn't the only one that saw or heard or experienced strange things. Also, in the house, Jeffrey and I, things would fall around us all the time. I mean, it was became a regular occurrence where it was like no big deal. Things that there's no way they could fall off of a shelf or something like that. I didn't want to be afraid, and I wasn't going to let myself be afraid. So I just would ignore it. I've never talked about this stuff like that because it's not comfortable talking about, negative dark energies. It's almost like I feel if I talk about the negative dark energies around here, it may bring him out.
I just want to go over to the front door where you saw the apparitions of the boy and the girl. Were they outside or inside?
Outside.
Outside, okay.
But they were right outside the door, but I could see 4 figures.
Okay, if there's any children here that want to talk to Alicia, can you go ahead? Can you touch that REM pod? You can take energy from our batteries. You can take energy from our other devices.
It's a pretty new battery. It's just drained.
What?
Completely. I just put a brand new battery in.
As well.
These are all fresh batteries. That's the third battery that's been drained.
This is kind of crazy to me. This is probably the most drainage that I've ever had on an investigation coming from batteries and technical equipment. I think we have to come back and really get a fresh start at this.
I think so too. I mean, I would really, truly appreciate it if you did.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
truly.
make a game plan. Like, honestly, I need to make like a game plan for this. Jim is struggling right now. How many batteries have you tried so far?
4 now.
Wow. Okay.
And that's not cool for it to stress you out, because that means you're feeling it, right?
I mean, I feel like I've been off.
What?
I just cut it on and it's recording. I didn't even press record. It's
What?
recording. All I did was just cut it on because the battery was drained. And what is it? It's recording. It's been recording for a minute. I just put that.
What? How? Wait. Okay. How's it been recording for a minute? Because you literally just put a battery in.
I just did.
And you didn't even press record.
No, I just put a battery in. I have to press record for it to start.
So maybe something wants you to record now.
Just feel completely off. 100%.
My camera just turned off by itself. Are you filming? Look, I wasn't even. This is how my hand exactly was. This is how my hand was, and you need to touch this button for it to stop working.
Yeah.
And it literally just turned off. So my camera just turned off by itself. Jim's camera turned on by itself. Mine's turned off by itself. I think whatever is here is intelligent. I think we've gathered enough evidence that there is something here. I think we need to go back, research, have a game plan, come back. We really, really need to have a game plan for this place.
You have to be able to attack it from all angles.
100%.
Whether it's children or natives or adults or whatever's left behind.
From what I understand, I'm finding out more and more there has been many suicides in Corganville. Many suicides. And that's not, that's not normal. That's not normal in one place for there to be multiple suicides. I do know of a suicide that it was so unlike this person to commit suicide. And it happened in Corganville. I don't know if I should talk about it.
Okay, that's fine.
It's a really bad feeling that there's been that much death, that much negative death. I mean, it's not like they're natural deaths. They're either suicide or murders. And that's really scary to think. It's almost like something is going on in the area to cause that to happen.
Do you think the spirits here are going to cooperate with us on the investigation tonight?
I have no idea, but all of a sudden I got like almost like kind of the lightheaded feeling. Right before you asked that. I mean, right before you asked that. Like, I took a breath in and you're asking it, and that's when I felt it. Oh, what happened?
Stopped recording. This camera stopped recording. No, seriously.
Holy cow.
What are the odds of that? I want to know when it cut off, though. Like, what part you were talking about. Wow.
Because when you asked me that question about that, I'm not kidding you, all of a sudden it's like I took a breath and it was like a lightheaded.
I am here with
Michael Hanna.
He is the psychic medium that I brought here so he can do a sweep around the property. And we're just going to see if anything kind of corresponds to the stories that Alicia's been telling us, to what you've been picking up on. So we were actually here last week as well. We only came for about an hour. Basically, we did have experiences here as well. So it would be really interesting to see if what happened to us last week kind of, corresponds to what you think's going on here as well. So the terrible noise.
I didn't hear you. There was something making a noise.
Yeah, I wasn't pressing anything, and all of a sudden it went.
Yeah, that's a little odd.
Somebody's trying to communicate.
Yeah, if you want to step outside, we're outside by the car.
Did she just go in the house?
Yeah, she went in the house.
there may be something trying to draw energy out of the radio that she has, which is causing that issue.
I wasn't even touching anything, nothing, and it was all of a sudden it really loud.
Static sounding?
Yes, very much so.
Do you want to walk this way first, and then
Yeah,
or do you
yeah.
want to go
Yeah,
that way?
lead on. I have no idea where I'm going. So
Okay.
I'll just go as
You
I
guys go
go. I'll
first.
pick up and
Okay.
let you know what I'm feeling.
So one of the first things was
Is tree sub?
yes. When we came here last week, the first thing that I said to Alicia was, "Wow, what a beautiful tree! That's really
Right.
cool." And you said the exact same
Yeah.
thing when you walked in.
Well, you're drawn to it. It's automatic.
Here's the thing though. Don't stand too close to the tree, because when we were investigating last time, we were in the back. I actually ended up touching another tree that we're going to bring you to, and the second I touched that tree, we heard this really loud crashing noise. So a couple of minutes go by, and we walk by here, and I swear to God, this tree, this whole side, it had bark on it when we first got here.
Oh, the bark
And-
came off.
And I mean, it was a pile on the floor right
Interesting.
here.
Really?
It was a pile. Like if somebody was standing underneath that at the time, like
Yeah.
it could have seriously
Sure.
injured you.
I may be feeling this right now, but to be honest with you, there's multiple souls or energies in here. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint at this point because we just started. Oh, there she
When I
is.
was in the house, it did it again. I turned my phone on to record it, and it was doing that noise again. That I mean, really, really
Yeah.
loud in the kitchen.
And I'm not pressing any buttons either, so.
Well, you've got your hands full,
There's
Jen.
something interfering with the electrical or the flow of the energy in the battery.
Something.
Wow, this place is amazing. It really goes back. Oh wow, what a beauty! Holy smokes! I think what I'm more curious about than anything else is the history of the place. Now, let me give you an
Right.
example of what I'm referring to. I don't know what you know and what you don't know, but
I didn't press anything.
Your walkie just went off.
if I was to ask you something from, let's say, the year 1940, would
Uh-huh.
anybody know? If there was a person that played in this tree, let's say it was a young person that played in this tree that may have played around this tree and I'm picking up that energy, would anybody know about that person? Like if I asked the history? I'm asking only because
Yeah.
I'm sensing a young person here, and I feel it's a female, not a male, but a young girl.
Yes.
But I just feel like this was an area that she played in.
Are you getting like a sense of what she may look like?
I'm guessing age because I'm not really sure about age, but I would say somewhere between 9 and 12. But I feel like, and then there's a female, another woman, but it might be her mom, that basically was out in that area that kind of comes over and talks to her, and I guess she called her in. So I don't know if this was a farm type situation where she called her daughter in, but I'm not real familiar with this.
The first thing that came to my mind was the little girl that you saw.
Yeah.
You said she looked very Little House on the Prairie style
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
that time period. It's
okay.
it's not current. This is something from a while ago, and that's why I asked you about 1940.
There has been a spirit scene here by Alicia. Actually, it was at the front of the house, and it was a young girl. And how old would you say that she would have been?
Between 9 and 12.
There you go. There you have
between
it.
9 and 12.
Yeah.
Like Little House on the Prairie type
That's
of.
what I'm picking up.
This could essentially be a place where she comes back because she has good memories
Mhm.
here,
That's what I'm-
and she likes to play around
Right.
this area.
That's what I'm picking up.
Do you think it could possibly be more than the little girl?
Oh,
Like I
said, I feel multiple spirits or energies here, and I'm not sure exactly why, but I pinpointed the little girl first because she's my first target, so to speak, and she's the one who made herself known to me first. She's connected with the fire in some way too. I don't know what that's all about either.
And they looked like Little House on the Prairie. The little girl had dark hair and with two braids, one on either side, and it's something I don't know why, but I thought fire. Maybe if they died in a fire, I don't know.
Is there a fire issue?
I don't
as
know,
well?
but I got the same thing when I
That's
saw her.
literally what
That's
she
exactly
said.
what I
Okay.
said.
'Cause
And
there's a
that's
fire
so.
connected with her, and I don't know how, but that's what she's showing me.
I literally just got the chills because
did I.
the second you said that, it clicked.
And so, like, I see her, and then I see a fire, and I don't know why. And the story will come through hopefully as we go. But at this point, right now,
Yeah.
this is what I'm picking up so far. 'Cause I feel like there's multiple spirits there. That was something very negative in that tree. And please don't say anything yet. But there's something very negative in that particular tree. That
Yeah.
more than one soul in that one tree, meaning they hanging or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I mean? So
Exactly what you.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? You
No,
yes?
yeah, because I'm seeing like what I call people fruit, and that's where they're hanging. Those spirits dispersed into the property, so now you've got them kind of scattered all over.
Hanging tree. It's called. It is the hanging tree.
It's called the hanging tree.
Never mind.
Everybody knows. There's
Okay.
the limb that he cut had rope marks on it.
Okay.
We can tell that there's so many spirits here. Alicia feels it too.
There's quite a few.
And so what you were saying right there, it could be a huge puzzle piece to what we've been looking for, you know? That makes so much more sense
Absolutely.
now. Yeah.
Because I know he's feeling it physically.
Yeah.
I can sense it from him. So I don't, I don't know if you're still feeling it, but I sense that you're feeling some of it.
I feel nauseated.
Yeah.
And I got a headache.
Yeah.
So I'm good.
Okay.
I'm ready to rock.
Are you
Sorry,
sure,
Jim?
I don't know, Jim. If it gets any worse, you may not want to come back here.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We should go this way.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he does get affected quite easily.
You know, so I feel like the horse.
What was that?
Was that
16.
Did your walkie just randomly talk to you again?
Yep.
So this is the front porch. This is one of the areas where I feel that there could be spirit activity because on the steps.
Yeah, I'm getting real bad feeling in my stomach. When I get that, it usually means it's a real strong energy. I don't usually get that all the time, but this is one right now where she's sitting there. The little girl.
The little girl.
A little girl.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, this is the exact area where Alicia saw the little girl. Was right outside the door right there, and there was a little boy as well. Yeah.
I don't. When I'm looking at her now, she's changed. Her demeanor's changed. It went from being like playful and having a good time to the eyes turning dark. So I don't know what that's about.
Okay.
The eyes turned very dark for me, and I didn't understand that. Because she looked up at me at first, she reached out her hand, and all of a sudden her face turned very dark, and I didn't get it.
I have full chills as well, Alicia.
But that's what I picked up. I don't understand that or what that means, but that's what I picked up.
I was talking to Alicia last night, and what did you tell me last night?
What did they have to say to you, Alicia? That's got to be a little creepy. Hear your name being repeated again and again. Creepy that they keep saying my name, isn't it? Though, yeah, it's creepy.
Yeah, Jeff's eyes back there. I've seen his eyes go black.
So you've seen,
and he has green eyes.
Okay.
Light green eyes. And there's 2 times when I've seen that.
Might be time to find a new husband, man.
Black. And I mean,
I wish I knew about this little girl because I feel like there was something very wrong done to her. Okay, almost like I'm like I told you about the fire. Now I'm feeling water. So the water is my drowning thing and my thing where she's choking or she's having a hard time breathing and she drowned, like her lungs filled, or she actually has been drowned. But I do feel that's why the face turned very dark, and I don't know why. Okay. So.
You're shaking your head. What are you thinking?
No, it's like I can feel her. It's a horrible feeling.
Yeah.
One thing that is interesting, because you did point out that she was sitting on the step right there.
Right on the end.
Now I'll tell you what. And this is weird, Jim, because when we were here last week, that's actually, he set his camera up right there on that top step. And that was when your battery drained, and you put in like 4 different batteries, and they were just draining, literally draining after the next battery
This
draining.
is her death spot. If you want to put something there, I guarantee you she'll talk to you. I really do. She showed me a candle, and I don't know what that means, but I think this has something to do with the fire. She may have created that fire that caused it, because she burned her hair. I'm picking up all kinds of little vignettes, and what I'm picking up is her showing me the candle, and then her hair getting burned, and then her sitting, you know what I mean? So I'm getting different pieces of her life.
Yeah.
She's showing me pieces of her life, and that's what I'm picking up. Her story.
Yeah.
I do think she's an E name, like an Emily or an Amelia, but I do think it's one of those old-fashioned names.
Okay, so just like a little recap.
Yeah, I don't think that would work well with me, Molly. I think I would have to leave at that point. So sorry.
Of what's just happened. Michael the medium came over, and he had a lot to say, and he really did hit the nail on the head with a lot of things. One thing that I really think that we should focus on right now is the little girl spirit that Alicia's seen and he's picked up on as well. I'm going to set up the static candles because we set up the REM pods before, and there was nothing really interfering with the electromagnetic field, so maybe the spirit will actually start interfering with the static field, because we know that she likes to play with walkie-talkies. So who knows?
And gonna put on the Ovilus too.
Yeah, we're gonna stick on the Ovilus and see if any names pop up. If we have a name, we might even get more answers. So that's where we are right now.
Oculus on.
Oh, there you go.
Can you give us a name? If there's a little girl here, can you please tell us what your name is? You don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be scared of us. We're here to work with you, not against you. And we just wanted to figure out your story a little bit more.
Details.
Yes, we want to know the details of your story because that is one thing that we're missing here. We know that you're around here, but we don't necessarily know why, or if you're at peace, or if you're happy. So can you tell us some of the details of your story? And whilst we're doing this, if anything comes to mind, you just let us know.
Did you do this before?
Static. Static. It said static. Literally, like, what was I just saying? This spirit doesn't communicate through electromagnetic energy. It connects through static.
Static.
Yes. This is probably a good time to set up the static static candles I have right here as well. But then they will turn on
Fear.
Fear.
I knew you were afraid. You don't have anything to be afraid of. The candles won't burn you. All you have to do is touch one of them, and it turns it off. It's kind of a little game. You want to try it?
Did you guys hear that? Did anybody hear that?
Mm-hmm.
To the right, it was like a booming, like boom, boom.
Do you have a rock in your hand? Do you have a little stone in your hand? Lets us know you're there. Thank you.
Wow.
Can you touch it again and let us know you're there? That was really nice of you to do that.
The way that lit up was quite unusual.
Like a burst?
Yeah.
Well, that's yeah. We were hoping you would.
It's lighting up again.
We were hoping you would do that. I know I could see it.
No, it's the way that this one is lighting up. I feel like there's someone.
This is your spot. I know. When we leave, I'll leave.
So basically right now what we're going to do is we're going to do an Estes method right underneath this tree here. This is the tree where the bark fell earlier, well last week anyway. Hopefully nothing falls on my head during the Estes methods. I think that we've already established that the spirit here likes to communicate through static electricity. That's where I think that the spirit box is a really good option right now. So let's get to it. Hello.
Hi. Do you have a message for us?
Did something just hit my nose?
Not that
like
we're
a
aware
bug
of.
or anything like that?
No, I didn't see anything.
Holy shit, I literally just felt like something just
Touched
like
you?
pinched my nose.
Yeah.
Oh, that freaked me out. I thought that there was a bug on my nose. No, something legitimately just touched my nose. Okay, sorry. I just heard a fuck you.
Mm-hmm. Not a way to talk to a lady.
Do you know what our names are?
Mike,
That's me.
I see you. Oh, and then I heard like a little girl giggle.
My name is Jim.
I don't care.
What do you care about?
This place?
Why? Why do you care about this place?
Don't want to talk?
You don't want to talk. Do you want us to leave?
Go.
Wow. Do you have a message for us?
Hang 'em.
Hang 'em.
This is just me talking, but I started feeling really sick.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to pull the mask off?
And then I just heard a male say, yeah, you did. You heard me?
Yes, we heard you. I'm tasting blood. I can't breathe. Are you angry?
Why are you so upset? Did something happen to you here? What's your problem?
Don't put your hands on her. Don't even think about it. What's the matter?
I just felt somebody touch my shoulder.
Yeah, you've got somebody around you, and I told them to keep their hands off of you.
Oh my god, that was
Yeah, I told him to keep his hands off because I felt like they were like leering over you, kind of leaning over you.
Yeah.
And I had made a comment a few minutes ago. Don't touch her.
Welcome, Miss Jenna. Good to see you tonight. I hope you're having a great night. Thank you for joining us. And Lisa Joe, it's all good.
Or don't get near her because I felt like they were getting too close.
Yeah.
And you said I started feeling nauseated, and I felt like that's because they were so close to you.
Yeah, definitely felt like I felt like I zoned.
Welcome, Siggy and Mike. Wonderful to have you here tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Lisa. Nope, I'm good. Stepping back up. You're okay. It's not bad at all.
Out through that entire thing, but I do remember, like, I started feeling really nauseous.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us, Rose. Good to see you again. Thank you for being here.
Really nauseous.
What I'm picking up, the energy I'm picking up, are the persons, if it's more than one, is very angry. There's a lot of anger there, and just a lot of animosity towards something, and they're very protective and very territorial about this place.
I almost felt like I was gonna throw up there.
Did
Like
you open
literally.
it, if I tried it as well?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just feel like there's something here between him and the tree. I know, right?
It's like those things.
It's pushing him.
Who's here with us?
Please don't be violent with this person sitting. They're just trying to get answers from you. Who are you? We can help you if we know who you are. What is your name?
Shut it.
Sounds like there's two people.
I know there's more than one.
Yeah.
There's a very angry one and then a little person.
If there's a child here.
Mike.
Yes, that's me.
Fuck you.
Ugh. There it is again. You said the same thing.
Really?
Yes. Why do you speak like that? Why do you talk like that? There's no reason.
Still here?
Yeah, we're still here, and so are you.
Leave.
Why?
You're using me.
No, we want answers. We want to know who you are.
Secrets.
Oh.
Did you do something bad here on the property?
Real bad.
Oh.
What did you do? You can tell us. Just tell us. What was it that you done here?
Smoke.
Smoke.
There's some fire. There's something to do with fire. Did you cause a fire?
Are we talking to the little girl now?
Child.
If that's the child that we're speaking to right now, can you give us a possible name?
Emma.
Emma.
That's my Eve. Okay.
Emma. Oh my gosh.
You heard me.
I know, we did hear
heard
you,
we
Emma.
heard you.
I thought it was
Thank
Emily,
you.
but thank you. We appreciate you saying that.
Important.
Yeah, tell us.
Tell us what's important.
I did it.
So are you guilty for
hell.
This little girl, and you feel like you're going through hell because of the little girl?
You heard me.
Yes.
Where did you?
Neck.
Neck.
So your neck was broken from being hung? Was that
rope?
Yes.
I did it.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask all the other spirits to step aside for a second. Please let Emma come.
Sorry,
forward.
guys.
We're all here.
We know.
No, I was just checking my merchandise shop for some stuff. That's all. Sorry about that, everybody.
I know that you're all here, and we do want to know everybody's stories, but it's
12.
There's 12 of you.
Can you confirm that with a yes or a no?
You heard.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
12 of you. Wow.
This is me talking. There's like a laughter, a bunch of laughs. Joshua.
Was that a name for a little boy? It was a J name I picked up.
Was it?
Josh.
Okay. Yeah, back there.
Emma.
Emma and Josh.
Emma and Josh. Are you the two
Children?
Young.
yeah, are you the two young children that Alicia saw at her front door? How old is Josh?
10.
10. Okay. Did you wanna stop around here?
Gone.
We got two names.
Whatever you feel comfortable with.
That's intense. Holy cow.
That's the first time you ever done that?
First time.
You done good. I definitely feel like there is, obviously we know that there's a young girl spirit here and there's a young boy spirit here, and now we have the name, Emma and Josh. Like, we actually have their names. I feel like there's another male spirit here who's not happy that we're trying to get this story because he doesn't want us to tell their story. Or Emma's story at least, you know? She set a fire and burned something down or something significant down, and the older male spirit feels very responsible and he wants to, I don't know if there was some kind of altercation between them. I don't even know if maybe he's the one that killed her.
That's what I'm picking up. Is he feels responsible for her death.
The older male spirit feels responsible for her death, and I think he's the one that was telling us, get out, because I don't want to have the blood on my hands kind of thing, but he didn't mean to. I feel like it was an accident.
It comes across that way. It was not done intentionally.
Yeah.
And it just happened, and he feels very guilty, and he feels like he's living in hell because of it.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Very angry.
Yeah,
Like,
there's
I
a lot
feel
of anger.
angry.
A lot of anger coming through you.
Mike came up, and then like
Well, that came up when you were doing it too.
and F you, Mike. Like, I think that's honestly because we have a psychic medium with us here. You can literally speak to the spirit. He knows that we're here for answers. I feel like Emma is not at peace because she feels like she was in the wrong. And all I wanted to do was tell her it's okay. Like, it's okay to move on, you know?
They're stuck here for a reason. They feel guilty. A lot of guilt, a lot of anger.
Again, I feel very like angry still. Like, I don't know.
Okay, all right. Whew, let's take a break time.
Yeah.
That was
I know it's really a
intense.
lot of,
Okay, so all night Alicia has been saying when she goes into her home, the walkie-talkie that we gave her keeps on going off randomly. She's gonna show us right now what she means by it. So last time we were here, Alicia, she was actually inside the house for the most part, and you know, same walkie and everything like that, and it never done that. So if it's doing it now, then I feel like that is because there is something trying to communicate with us right now. Let's just go check it out. It's going off in the kitchen. Show us what you mean by it's going off.
I heard it in there.
Yeah, come.
You are not touching that. Put it down there. It's when you're touching it, but your fingers are not touching, like.
Move it. I'm not touching.
Not touching anything.
Like, let's do it again. That's insane.
Do you have something to say? You can talk through this. It says something. I'm going to drop this and run. Are you still there?
There's like a presence in here, or there's something.
Stop. There it goes again.
All of my batteries just got drained. All of them.
Literally every single battery you have. Oh, just as you said that, they started spiking.
No, it's not that. I was thinking the same thing, but it's not.
There's nothing
No,
under there.
Nothing that would cause that. I was looking for an electronic item.
Jim, can you come out here for just a second?
Okay. Whoa, huge spikes.
Mm-hmm.
Huge spikes.
I don't want you to leave.
Okay, Jim just radioed us just now. Where is Jim? Can you ask Jim what part of the property is at? Dang, that's crazy. By the tree. Dang, you can hear that walkie just going like crazy in there. Yeah, what's going on?
super heavy. Like it's like something's pushing down on my chest.
Really?
Like really hard. Yeah. I don't know if it's just like my feeling here, but it's just like super, super heavy.
Well, Mike was saying that you had a pressure on his chest here.
Yeah.
Like literally
over
right
there when I was
here.
standing there. A lot of pressure when I was over here. I'm getting dizzy from walking over here, so there's a lot of energy here. There's so much anger here and so much energy here that I wouldn't be surprised if that thing flipped, and that's heavy. So that wouldn't surprise me at all if that moved. That's how much I'm feeling right now. So yeah, that might.
Whoa! Come over here, smell.
Yeah.
I literally just got the weirdest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what is that? Jim, come over here. It
By
smells like
touching that, it lights
chemicals or something like
That's
that.
That up for me?
I smelled it the other night, and I didn't know where it was coming from. I went in the house. I thought, oh my God, is there something burning in it or something?
Yeah, yeah.
Something.
It
but it's
smells
not
like a
plastic,
chemical burn.
But it's not a plasticky smell.
No.
Like
No,
some
it
kind
smells
of weird,
like
different.
yeah. It smells almost like an iron, like burn. There we go again. Smell. It's weird. As fast as it comes, it goes as fast. You know?
Yeah.
How are you
I just
feeling?
wonder if you can light this up for us.
Hungry?
Really?
Yeah.
Just like I'm doing.
I don't know.
Light up.
Punch something.
Why?
Wait for a second.
You're not usually that way, right, Jim?
No, Jim is not an angry
didn't
person
think
at
so.
all. No. And all you done, you came out here by yourself to change your batteries in your camera, and you started feeling that way.
Yeah, I literally set my camera down and it just got super heavy. Something's like tight around my throat right here, right now.
This tree was used for hanging him. Am I right?
But this tree?
Yeah. We know the one back there is different, but this particular one was used for that particular man that was talking to us that was angry. I do feel it has something to do with him. He's stopping me from talking right now. Were you hung in this tree? Is that what's going on? Oh my God, I am real dizzy. Can you tell us by touching that? I'm really dizzy. Are you the one that's affecting me right now? Because you need to just back off. I need to know what you're doing.
I feel like it's affecting me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't
Yeah, no,
take
no,
you guys away.
No, we're good. We're good.
No, you're good.
Just there was a lot of activity in the house.
So we were gonna go to the treehouse to do a little mini investigation, but honestly, after getting all that activity in the kitchen, we're gonna take it inside. Today was only supposed to really be an investigation of the outside and the actual property itself, but honestly, the kitchen, I mean, that was unexplainable, so gotta go grab my spirit portal and see if anything wants to talk to us. Also, Jim is gonna sit this one out because he's really not feeling good at all. So we're gonna give him a second, and hopefully he joins us in a little bit here.
Oh, this stuff. Oops. Sorry.
So the Milwaukee going off by itself again?
I'm gonna leave it right there.
Wow, the second we walk into this room.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically we have the REM pod set up here, so if anything goes next to it, it will light up. So if anything is, well, there we go. If anything is manipulating that little, that field right there.
Are you here with us?
Here.
Can you talk to us? We know you're here in the room. I knew you were a female.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah, there's a girl in here.
Could it be Emma? Well, the walkie's going off. I'm gonna move this walkie over here, so.
Are you in the room with us now? We know you're here. We can sense you. Is that you trying to talk to us? We can hear you through here.
Okay, so I just want to explain real fast. We have this radio that keeps on going off by itself. Nobody's touching it. The REM pod was lighting up just recently. And also this K2 meter. And I'm not too sure why it's lighting up. It's something to do with this table. Because underneath, it literally doesn't light up. It's only when it's on the table. Do you see this?
Mm-hmm.
And then same with like over here. Look at that.
There's nothing electric on the table.
Look, even the chair. There we go. But look, even the chair.
Here, what are you trying to tell us? Speak to us.
Is somebody sitting on this chair? That is crazy. That is just, that's non-stop. But look, like, it's not even the table. But look, same thing with the chair. Look, when I go under.
I was doing that earlier. It was only lighting up to one button.
Did that say fuck off?
Yeah.
That was the same.
Are you the same person that got by the tree?
That's the same male voice that both me and Jim heard as a male saying, fuck
If you're
off.
here with us, come over close to this so we know you're in the room. I don't know why you back off so quickly. Is your name Emma? That's the name that we got.
Emma! Did you guys hear that?
Yep.
Emma, is that you? How old are you?
Oh, there we go. That was a direct response. Yeah.
Are you the girl that plays out by the tree? The oak tree? That's you? That's you that plays out there?
Now, I will say that the direct responses that we're getting in this kitchen is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
This is every single piece of equipment is going off. It's something in this house. I mean, we've done a sweep of the property and stuff like that, but I feel like there's something
the house.
in
Did you know that?
here. I know, Emma, that you're here with us. Can you tell us who's affecting Jim outside right now?
What is the man's name that's bothering him?
I can hear a man through there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear it.
Emma, do you want me to stay here with food?
Wow.
She's going to stay here. She's not going anywhere. This is where she
Just
lives.
making sure. I just
She
wanted
just
to.
wants to make sure that you're okay with her being here with you. She watches over your house for you.
I'm just doing a quick sweep of here. Oh my god.
What? Where? Are they going through us or in us or
They
something?
might be near you, not through you.
Like nothing with you.
No, not me. They're with me all the time.
Didn't you hear that?
You shut up. Don't talk to us like that. How dare you?
But of course, it's lighting up with you. I don't know if you can see that, but
I don't have issues with you. I don't have a problem with you. I didn't say anything. I just wanted to let you know that I'm here and we're here to communicate with you and help you out if we can.
something doesn't like you specifically. And Jim, because Jim's getting really affected. So I feel like whatever. Oh, I heard he is come through. I don't think it's that. It's not Emma that's affecting the guys.
No.
It's the older, the male that's here, the aggressive one. I'm just gonna check on Jim real fast if that's okay, because I'm getting kind of worried about him.
Oh yeah,
I think
So Jim's been outside for a while now, so I don't know where the heck he is. Are you doing okay over here? Huh?
Good.
Are you feeling better?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah.
You're not freezing out here?
Yeah.
Fucking freezing. Did you not want to come inside, or do you feel like that's going to affect you too much?
I don't know. I was just gathering my stuff.
It is crazy in there. Like, really, every piece of equipment is going off.
Yeah.
Every piece. Inside the house, so different. You thought that there was activity out here. Weird things have happened out here, but not like inside.
Yeah.
We knew that our work was cut out for us here, but honestly, inside that house, we have to get a full investigation inside the house. I want to cover every single aspect of this property, and we already know Emma's here. That is one thing that we took away from this investigation. All of our batteries have died on the cameras. I have 3 minutes left on mine, and I think we're gonna wrap up. Again, to be continued. This is just... Did you hear that? What was that? What the fuck? That was so loud.
How's Jim?
He's just over it. He's just...
Done.
He's so done. Are you guys getting some good stuff?
You know, it's kind of cool. We heard a man's voice a couple of times and a woman's voice.
That's weird, because that light's not supposed to be on it.
Hang on, guys. Sorry about that.
Oh, there is a light, but if you hit this button, it's supposed to turn off.
Everything that's happened tonight is weird.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I think it's also something to do with this home. I think that this home is the focal point, and I think
Welcome
all
back,
the
Miss
activity
Cat.
around this home is just what's literally like pulsating out with
Well,
this
it's almost like,
place.
a swirl of energy and like one big vortex. Yeah.
But I also think the reason why she's in this house is because she feels like you're protecting her. Like,
Yeah.
do you feel the same way?
Oh, yeah, she
I think
clings
so.
to
It
her.
was instinct for me to say I won't leave you being a mom.
Because
I mean,
you know
that's
what?
instinct.
When we talked about this earlier, and you said when I feel a negative energy, I just say get out. It's this guy that suppresses Emma, and when he comes in and you say get out, it's that mother figure taking over, and that's why she's here. Like, it has to be. Yeah.
It's instinct, for a mom to do that.
Yeah.
And it's instinct for me. I mean, did you hear how I said that? I promise I won't leave you, Emma.
And that's I really truly feel like that's why she's attached here. How are you feeling, Jem? Ready to go home. Ready for bed. We could be investigating this place all night and it has to end at some point. We'll be back though. We'll be back to do a home investigation. I don't know when, but it's happening. Thanks again for watching, guys.
So that was their experience with this place. I've heard the Corgan house. I've heard a lot. Corganville house. I'm sorry. I've heard a lot about the place. So it's there's other videos of it. So we may come back to this one night again, for sure. So let me see here. I have some other little things. I kind of wanted to see what your guys' thoughts were on some of this stuff. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I have some shorter, smaller videos of some really creepy stuff I wanted to share with you guys and see what you guys think. So hang on to your seat, guys.
Nereye gidiyorsun? Nereye?
Ama
Senin telefon çekmiyor ki. Telefon çekmiyor senin.
Sana bile üstüne karşı değil 16 kolajen.
Yolculuk nereye gidiyorsun? Nereye?
Pay attention.
Kaza mı yaptılar lan? Ne oldu lan? Harbi mi kaza yaptın? Şaka yapıyor ya.
Exactly, Alicia. That, can you imagine me on the phone with somebody in that house? That's crazy.
Ben mi yanlış gördüm? Oha dedi ama.
The way it was worded by Turkish sources made it seem like a tragedy, which it was technically, as the driver of the truck didn't notice another truck in front and rear-ended it. I don't know if you managed to catch that, but the phone flew out of the truck because of the impact, and it seems the passenger recording might have followed. Still, other Turkish news sources confirmed that both survived and were rushed to the hospital.
Sorry, guys, I clicked the wrong link again. We'll watch this one day too, but this is not what I picked up for tonight. Hold on. Oh, when you got multiple links saved, sometimes it's the wrong stuff. Hold on. Yeah, good deal though. PSA for sure. There we go. Hold on. All right, this is the right one. Let's start with this one here. There we go.
This first video we'll be taking a look at today comes to us from a TikTok user known as Megan Gimaco, who said that she was house-sitting one day, and because she was bored, decided to put on a movie. As she was watching the movie, she started to hear some seriously strange noises, and decided to pull out her phone to record it just to be on the safe side. This is what she ended up capturing. Out of nowhere, a creepy voice can be heard asking, "Any way I can make you more comfortable?" Megan says that initially, she thought that it might have just been some dialogue in the movie, but after rewinding the film, she determined that it wasn't the explanation.
Hell no.
Also, what's freaky is that if you look carefully at around the 14-second mark, you can make out what appears to be some kind of a dark shadow figure's reflection walking past the TV. To this day, Megan has absolutely no idea who or what was in the room with her that day. Who knows? Maybe it was just a friendly spirit who wanted to watch a movie with her. After all, it did ask her if there was any way it could have made her more comfortable, so at least it seemed to have good intentions.
Nope. Sorry. That would be too much for me. And I don't get scared real easy, so yeah. We can try to see here what's real, what's not real. That's why I figured we could end the night with these. I have a few of them, so.
The following comes to us from the paranormal video subreddit by a user known as Tara Varden, who posted a highly unsettling video over there, along with some much appreciated context. The post reads as follows, quote, "This happened a couple of years ago and I've never been able to explain it logically. When it first happened, I assumed I'd knocked it over myself somehow, though I didn't feel anything. So I checked the security footage to see how I'd been so daft and maybe send it to our company group chat, which is why I laughed at first. Then watched the other camera and started to realize something was a little strange about it. Coffee cup was full at the time. That was my first sip. I should add it's not the only strange thing that's happened in the shop, and not just to myself either. Just the most interesting one I managed to get on video thanks to the security cameras. Any logical explanations, or is my shop haunted by a ghost that doesn't like coffee?" End quote. So without further ado, let's have a look at the footage.
Unless that's sitting at an angle, there's no way.
Just by watching the footage, it definitely looks as though the coffee cup was pushed over the counter by some unseen force. It also appears as though there aren't any windows open or anything that would have caused the cup to go over the counter like that. Some speculate that a loose hair on his sleeve could have gotten stuck under the cup or the lid as he put it down, and when he then moved away, the cup moved with him. So what do you guys think? Do you think that there was some kind of spirit roaming around in this guy's coffee shop that day? Or is there a much less sinister explanation here? Be sure to let me know your thoughts. A woman named Amelia, aka Haunted Amelia, posted a video to her TikTok account in which she explains that she was roaming around her 250-year-old house when she made a shocking discovery. After looking under the floorboards of the house, she managed to find this extremely old and dusty-looking book. Amelia also finds some old nails and old papers, but those weren't of high interest. At first, all seems to be fine as Amelia flips through the book. She finds some old portraits, but things take a creepy turn the more she starts to page her way through the book. As she kept flipping pages, she noticed what seemed like a very old photograph of her house.
This is when the pictures took an unsettling turn. The rest of the album is filled with pictures of empty rooms that have an unsettling feeling. A dark shadow appears in all of these photos.
The rest of the photos in the book are photos of empty rooms that just have an eerie sense of dread to them. In another video posted by Amelia, she posted something super creepy happening inside of her house sometime after discovering the book. Strange banging noises can be heard coming from somewhere upstairs in her house, and a curtain moves on its own before an item falls off of her wall. Sadly, that's where the video ends, leaving us all to wonder what happened next. Let's just hope that whatever Amelia is up to these days, she's living in peace, and hopefully that book has been destroyed for good. On June 29, 2020, a YouTube channel known as Humanity Interrupted posted a highly unsettling video that showcases the user videotaping the outside of their house while audibly in a panicked state. The first few seconds of the video seem to be completely fine, but it's around the 8-second mark in which it becomes clear that there is definitely something creepy going on here.
Oh. Oh.
Did you see it? If you look on the ground right next to the tree, you can make out some sort of bizarre shadow materialize and then dematerialize just a few seconds later. This happened several times throughout the course of the video, leaving the uploader absolutely baffled and creeped out in equal measure.
Sorry, guys. It's 11:22. Give me 1 minute. I'll bring it back. Sorry about that. Oh, shoot. Where did it go? Oh, well, dang. Hang on. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, shit, the video wasn't over yet, was it? No. No. Wait a minute here. One minute. Where the hell did it go? One second here. Here we go. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Every night, 11:22. Hold up. Wait a minute. Right. Okay. Here we go.
As Amelia flips through the book, she finds some old portraits, but things take a creepy turn the more she starts to page her way through the book. As she kept flipping pages, she noticed what seemed like a very old photograph of her house.
This is when the pictures took an unsettling turn. The rest of the album is filled with pictures of empty rooms that have an unsettling feeling. A dark shadow appears in all of these photos.
The rest of the photos in the book are photos of empty rooms that just have an eerie sense of dread to them. In another video posted by Amelia, she posted something super creepy happening inside of her house sometime after discovering the book.
Is the audio okay, you guys?
Strange banging noises can be heard coming from somewhere upstairs in her house, and a curtain moves on its own before an item falls off of her wall. Sadly, that's where the video ends, leaving us all to wonder what happened next. Let's just hope that whatever Amelia is up to these days, she's living in peace, and hopefully that book has been destroyed for good. On June 29, 2020, a YouTube channel known as Humanity Interrupted posted a highly unsettling video that showcases the use of videotaping the outside of their house while audibly in a panicked state. The first few seconds of the video seem to be completely fine, but it's around the 8-second mark in which it becomes clear that there is definitely something creepy going on here.
Oh. Oh.
What the hell is that?
Did you see it? If you look on the ground right next to the tree, you can make out some sort of bizarre shadow.
There don't seem to be anything up here casting a shadow. That is quite weird. Hey, Phil.
Materialize and then dematerialize just a few seconds later. This happened several times throughout the course of the video, leaving the uploader absolutely baffled and creeped out in equal measure. In the description of the video, the uploader states the following, quote, "This is not fake, no editing was done. There was nothing and no one around that could have caused this, no lights or anything else. A random event that I captured on film. Original footage," end quote. Sadly, to this day, there have been no updates to this story, leaving us all in the dark here.
Hoax or something.
Do you guys have any theories as to what could have been going on here? Let's just hope that it wasn't anything too sinister, and that the uploader doesn't have to see this creepy shadow again. Over on TikTok, this Vietnamese user posted a video that shows him sleeping in his house when suddenly He wakes up just after 3 a.m. and has an overwhelming feeling that he's being watched by something, but is unable to capture anything on camera. A few days pass, and on another day, he wakes up at around the same time yet again, with the same lingering feeling. This time, he decides to take a picture of the room, and it's then which he ends up capturing something absolutely horrifying. Take a look and see for yourself. It may be hard to see at first, but if you look carefully and perhaps turn up your brightness a bit, you can make out what appears to be some sort of a creepy entity hiding underneath his table. This story just goes to show you how amazing the human brain and body can be. This was a guy who woke up feeling completely on edge before he even noticed the entity. If this video is to be believed, it was his body's way of warning him of danger. But please, if you're watching this video late at night, be sure to check your bedroom just for good measure. This TikTok video posted by Taylor Wachacha is guaranteed to give you nightmares tonight. Taylor's girlfriend told him that her house is haunted. Living alone, she frequently hears footsteps coming from upstairs. However, Taylor isn't quite sure he believes her, telling her that the noises are most likely just the result of old creaking floorboards. However, one night, while his girlfriend is still at work, Taylor finds himself alone in her house. It's this night in which he records something on his phone that he did not expect, to say the least. Let's have a look.
My front camera is smashed, but I'm here at my girlfriend's house by myself. She always says it's haunted because it sounds like somebody is walking around upstairs. I've never heard it until now. I always say it's not haunted because the house is a little old. But it legit sounds like there's somebody upstairs. I will swing on a ghost, or if it's a person, I don't care. Who's up there? Oh my God, they're like at the top of the stairs. Come down these stairs and I will swing on you, I promise.
Out of nowhere, loud footsteps can be heard coming down the stairs rapidly, but as you can see, nobody is there. When these noises can be heard, Taylor immediately tries to punch the spirit, but is unable to do any damage. Understandably. But it is amazing to see just how completely brave he was while staring in the face of a spirit. It's safe to say that after this night, Taylor is most likely no longer a skeptic, if this video is of course real. But let's just hope that he and his girlfriend will not have to deal with spirits any longer and find a way to obtain peace. Over on TikTok, a man named Lin from the Philippines filmed a video of himself at a church ceremony, which seems to be completely normal at first, but quickly divulges into utter horror. Lin films the inside of the church, where the ceremony is taking place, and all is good. But then, Lin pans the camera behind him, and it's here in which he finds himself in for the scare of a lifetime.
Pamisa sa kalag ni Monsilo ang nagpamisa Rosti Kumuran. Pamisa sa kalag ni Monsilo Eustachio Segundi ng Rafaela Seratia, Vicente, Juana, Tomas, Patricia, Diopanes, Nicolas.
As you can see, some kind of strange and frightening entity is watching him from behind a fence. Although the view of the entity is a bit blurry and from a far distance, it almost looks like some kind of horror movie entity, like one from The Ring or The Grudge. No updates were ever posted by Lynn, but we can only hope that no harm ever came to him. But what do you guys think of this eerie footage? Do you think this is real footage of a man being watched by a horrifying entity? Is it possible that this was all set up somehow? If so, why? Let me know all your thoughts down below. This next video was shot in Ohio and comes to us from a user known as Mr. Dylan369, who posted the footage in question over on the interdimensional NHI subreddit, which specializes in UFO sighting videos. The footage, filmed in broad daylight, shows the uploader standing outside and filming the sky, where it's clear that there are multiple things up above that are absolutely fascinating. Have a look and see.
Why's it gotta always be in Ohio? Always.
1, 2, 3. That's not air. Those are not airplanes. And like I said, I'm recording this literally through my iPhone. I'm moving the camera. Like this. These objects are. Holy shit. They look to be round shaped, and it's really weird. It's like a fleet. They're not weather balloons. They're not planes. Definitely not helicopters or drones. It's wrong. 5 p.m. Holy. Did you see this? Look at the speed that thing did. This is insane. What the fuck? This is insane. What the fuck? This is insane. What the fuck?
How many times you gonna say it, bud?
We're disappearing.
Good point, Crafty. What the hell is that? It looks like
1, 2, 3.
Holy shit. A lot of whatever.
That's not air. Those are not airplanes.
The uploader points out that the objects in the sky are oval-shaped, no lights, no chemtrails, and move at abnormal speeds that airplanes or helicopters simply cannot move at. A lot of people in the comments are absolutely blown away by the footage, with many people calling it one of the most believable UFO sighting videos in recent memory. So what do you guys think? Do you think that this Reddit user managed to take legit footage of UFOs roaming the sky? Or was this something else entirely? I'll let you decide. A Filipino teacher received a motion alarm from the classroom late one night and recorded something creepy as a result. The footage was then posted to TikTok. This is what he captured. At around the 13-second mark of the video, you can make out what appears to be a silhouette of a ghost standing in the doorway creepily. After a few seconds, it mysteriously disappears.
And it looked like a woman dressed in like dated clothing from way back when, maybe. You know what I mean? That was wild.
A little bit later.
That's probably one of the only full body apparitions I've ever seen in my life. That's crazy.
On, you can see the exact same ghost appear elsewhere in the classroom, and again, it can be seen disappearing into thin air just a few short seconds afterward. It's a highly unsettling and bizarre video, and one that still does not have any concrete explanation given to it. Let's just hope that the teacher is able to get to the bottom of this mystery, so he can return to work in peace, and so that the kids can learn in a safe and ghost-free environment. And that was 9 scary videos. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you did, then subscribe for more scary content. My name is Sir Spooks, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Okay. Next one. These are fun. Come on, guys. These are a blast. You know it. It's got to be creepy, unexplained, and just a little bit scary now. Come on.
Hello everyone, my name is Sir Spooks, and today we'll take a look at 7 scary videos. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to my channel for more scary content. Alright, with that said, let's begin. Playgrounds are often the place in which millions of children from all around the world make hundreds of memories with their friends growing up, playing games of all kinds. You don't typically associate playgrounds with hauntings, but that's exactly what's happening in this first video we'll be taking a look at today. The video in question was
I will
published to
definitely do that,
TikTok in
Siggy.
January of 2025 by a woman named Nadia, who was filming a playground in the distance from the comfort of a vehicle. Immediately,
Watch this
it's
one.
clear that there's something very strange going on with this playground. Have a look and see for yourself. The clip shows a large children's swing moving forcefully from side to side, while Nadia can only film in complete shock and awe. You can also see from the trees that there doesn't seem to be any noticeable wind, making this video even more bizarre. If not for the wind, then what could possibly be making this swing move around so much, while the other swing doesn't? Is it possible that there's some kind of a ghostly entity wandering around this playground and just messing around, trying to have fun even in the afterlife? If so, let's just hope that that's the entity's only intention. On February 21st, 2025, a woman named Amanda Marie posted a video to her TikTok account in which she explained that she initially thought she was taking a wholesome video of her young daughter talking to Amanda's mother's urn, who had passed away a month before this video was taken. But things take a seriously strange turn rather quickly.
Yeah, watch this.
Take a look and see if you notice anything creepy happening.
Pay attention.
Out of nowhere, some kind of dark, ghostly figure can be seen running past the camera so quickly that if you blink for even just a second, you'll probably miss it. Amanda says she didn't even notice it at first.
Watch this.
You'll probably miss it. Amanda says she didn't even notice it at first, and it was only when she sent the video to her husband that she did, because he told her to go back and look at the video. She says it's the most terrifying thing she's ever seen, and it's not hard to see why. What would you do if you found yourself in Amanda's shoes? Sadly, no updates have been made on the video, but we can only hope that this strange entity has not appeared again. Over on TikTok, someone named Raxi uploaded a video to their account which shows them videotaping some security camera footage that was taken overnight in an undisclosed location. For the first couple of seconds, it's not really clear what we're supposed to be looking at. It just seems like an ordinary piece of security camera footage, but that all changes once the uploader zooms in on something in the corner. Watch this.
Ya, telah ini dek quality saya. Apakah ada yang aneh? Enak juga ya. Ya. Iya. Jam 23.41.
Hell no!
Bedani cah, iso nyuwata.
Once the uploader zooms.
Now, I'm going to venture to say that that was a hoax, but I don't care if it's a hoax or not a hoax. That is scary as shit. Sorry. I think they did that all on purpose, but still, it's still like, what the actual hell? Hey, Kaylee, good to see you.
All the way in, we can make out what appears to be a pocong standing off in the corner. A pocong is a ghost from Indonesian and Malaysian folklore, believed to be the trapped soul of a deceased person whose burial shroud was not properly untied. Wrapped entirely in white cloth with a pale, sometimes decayed face peeking through, it is said to hop or float due to its bound form. Pocongs are often seen in graveyards or desolate roads, appearing suddenly to startle or haunt the living. Some legends say they seek help to be freed, while others describe them as eerie, malevolent spirits. By all means, that's exactly what this strange figure looks like, but of course, we can only speculate as to the authenticity of the video. So what do you guys think this figure is? Do you believe it to be a pocong as well?
What I think that is all sorts of effed up. Sorry, y'all. As much as I don't get scared with some of this shit in here scares me, some of these videos. That's why we're doing these tonight. I figured it'd be a good way to close everything out, because a lot of them are hauntings, and so that's why.
Well, or do you think it's something else entirely? Also, what do you think its intentions were? Let's just hope that Raxi won't...
To scare the absolute HE-double-FUCKs out of somebody? Yeah, because it would work for me.
Ever have to deal with whatever it is again. The interdimensional NHI subreddit is a place to freely discuss anything related to UFOs and interdimensional non-human intelligence. The subreddit is chock full of interesting videos, but the one we'll be having a look at today is definitely one of the more fascinating ones that has popped up on the subreddit in quite a while. The video in question was filmed in Denver, Colorado on January 11th, 2025.
Have a great night, Siggy and Mike, and thank you guys so much for joining us. Good luck tomorrow with your MRI, and please let us know how everything goes. Much love to you, dear. Bye-bye.
And shows the uploader filming the night sky. Nope, the green light you're looking at isn't the northern lights or anything of the like. It may just be a UFO.
There it is, the light turned on. See that? What the man? Watch, it's gonna start looking like it's dropping something out of it.
Thank you guys for being here. Much love to you. Thank you so very much.
That's weird, man. What the is it, bro? Oh, the light went out. The light went out again.
Probably a damn drone.
And it is super close.
Throughout the course of the video, we watch as the strange green light moves slowly around the sky, while the uploader can only watch on and film in complete amazement. One commenter said the following, quote, "Saw this 10 years ago while living in Denver with a friend after getting out of the car to walk inside. Specifically green light on a cloudy night. Effing wild. It was just like this. I have to laugh at how crazy this all is. It's happening. Who and what it is, I don't know, but it's wild. In Lakewood too, for what it's worth, so this was very central to the city. I was also once in Centennial and saw a cluster of objects." End quote. Another commenter also had a very similar experience. Quote, "This is exactly what happened to me. Same cloaking mechanism, and when it noticed me noticing it, it flashed me with that light, but it was only for a couple of seconds, like straight at me and me only. Turns off light, goes back into cloak, and you can see the outline of whatever the F it was as it zooms off in restricted aspects.
That is wild, Contessa.
This happened in an
I'd love to
area
hear your
common for
story from
incoming
that one.
flights where I live. This was nothing commercial and
Fire
a
in the
very
sky.
weird experience." End quote. Seems like plenty of people have had strange experiences similar to the one shown in this video. Did they all witness the same kind of unidentified aerial phenomena? Or is
I
there
don't
a
either. We
different
covered that here
explanation?
one night.
We can only hope that with enough time, we'll finally start to put the pieces of this strange puzzle together. On TikTok, a woman named Sarah posted a video in which she documented her experience one night with a toy displaying some strange and creepy behavior she had to film to show the world. Sarah was simply sitting on the couch and watching some TV when she was startled by a weird musical noise coming from a different room in her house. She proceeded to then pause the TV and open up her phone camera as soon as she heard the music begin to play.
My daughter's been asleep for 2 hours.
I've actually had that happen to me before.
She's all the way over there. How is this standing up perfectly upright and turned on?
Sometimes the batteries start to die in these things and they start doing that. And you're really going to turn the light on and wake your daughter up just so you can explain this to TikTok. I feel like that was set up and like maybe on a timer or something.
She can't reach that. Hi, baby. And she's dead asleep when that thing just came on. There's no way. I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry.
A bit later on, she starts to record a video for a group chat, and it's here in which something incredibly bizarre happens that shakes her to the core.
We usually turn that machine on every night at bedtime. I didn't turn it on tonight. For that thing to be on, like if I were to... What the fuck was that? Okay, my whole body. No. What is that? Nope. Nope. I told you to get out. My heart monitor battery just drained. My sensor battery just drained. That's what's going off right now.
Out of nowhere, Sarah's heart monitor gets completely drained of power, much to her pure horror. What's also worth pointing out is that at the 39-second mark in the video, there may also be a ghost in the dark behind the door, as pointed out by many people in the comment section. However, this may just be a piece of furniture that looks like a ghost. So what do you guys think is going on here? Do you think Sarah is dealing with spirits from another dimension that she should be worried about? Let me know your...
No, I think Sarah is bored and she's a stay-at-home mom and her kids are in bed and she has nothing else to do, so she came up with some ideas to get some TikTok stuff done. That's my thought.
Your theories in the comments below. A woman named Salsa Ann posted a video to her TikTok account on March 28, 2022, in which she explains that she's been noticing some strange noises in her house, despite the fact that she's home alone with her dog. Salsa then takes us with her as she explores different areas in her house, just to make sure there isn't any sort of intruder in there with her. As it turns out, there was an intruder in Salsa's house. The only thing is that it isn't a human intruder.
Okay, so I have been trying to catch this on video for at least 2 weeks now. I have been seeing things move. Everybody thinks I'm nuts. I know what I saw. There's nobody here. My doggy. Okay. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Okay. Oh my god. I told you. Okay.
Suddenly, a drawer can be seen opening all by itself, causing Salsa to emit a terrified gasp of terror as she realizes the gravity of this situation. She backs away, scared for her life, as she continues to film the strange drawer. Salsa then continues to film the drawer for a while until this happened just a little bit later.
Right, Cat.
Oh my god!
That was interesting.
I'm not crazy.
Maybe you needed to use some makeup or something.
Salsa has yet to make an update on this video, so we can only hope that means her life is back to normal now. Let's just hope that this strange spirit doesn't intrude upon her in the future. A TikTok user known as KittyK38 Backup posted a video to their account which shows a piece of home security camera footage seemingly taken in the middle of the day, while the uploader was outside in their garden. It doesn't take long for this seemingly normal video to take a seriously dark and freaky turn.
Wow, Contessa, that's crazy. This was set up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just done that. So there you go.
Bud! A chair with two dolls on it can be seen tipping up on the two back legs and keeping balance. This also explains why the man showcased in the video is so surprised when he comes back into the room. At first, it almost seems like it's a rocking chair, but upon watching the clip a second time, it becomes clear that the chair is indeed not a rocking chair and should not be able to lift up that way.
No idea.
Sadly, we don't really know anything else about the video, but the footage is still highly unsettling. If you didn't already have a fear of dolls before watching this video, you surely do now. And that was 7 scary videos. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you did, then subscribe for more scary content.
Hang on. There's a little more. Hold up. I don't blame you, Paula. They're not fun.
Hello everyone, my name is Sir Spooks, and today we'll take a look at 11 scary videos. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to my channel for more scary content. Alright, with that said, let's begin. A YouTuber known as Welcome to the Woods UK regularly shares his camping adventures across the country, documenting his experiences and discoveries along the way. In a video posted to his channel in February of 2024, he sets out to
Have a great night, Miss Tandy. Hope to see you soon, and sleep tight, dear. Much love to you guys.
spend the night in a secluded cabin he's been building deep in the woods. But what starts as a simple DIY project soon takes a shocking turn. Watch this.
Don't know what is going on here. This woodland just gets stranger and stranger. But the gutting thing is I was hoping to show you lot that cabin built from start to finish. It was just going to be a little cabin. Might as well show you it now. It's wrecked, but I might as well show you it's wrecked now. But I'll show you the video I was starting to make that would have probably took a month or two to put up. Although there weren't a lot of work put into that frame, there was a lot of work elsewhere on the yard where I've broken down about 50-60 large 7-foot pallets, broken all the boarding off it to make walls for that. I even measured up my stove, so a little stove would have gone in there.
Sadly, the shed structure he was trying to build was destroyed by a trespasser, much to the man's obvious displeasure. Sometime later, he records 2 trail cam videos, which end up capturing something equal parts fascinating and freaky.
There's a figure at night time that's in the right hand side of, I believe it's camera 6. Starts off, comes out of the woodland, and then all of a sudden it seems to trigger the camera again and then come back out. That again happens about a week later on camera 4, but this time it's daytime and it's a bit more explainable. I mean, it looks to me like someone's in there poaching for the deer perhaps, or doing a bit of wildlife photography, but whoever it is shouldn't be there.
As you can see, a person wearing some kind of camouflage is shown walking around the forest. Who is this guy? Nobody knows. He then sets up his camp to spend the night in the forest and see if he can film whoever walks around the forest late at night. The man is prepared with a sound trap that will hopefully scare off the person if they get too close to the camp. We then see footage of the man laying down for the night when he's surprised by something outside.
Good night, Miss Iggy. God bless.
He can hear someone walking around in the forest around him, banging on the trees. Whoever this person is and what their motives are is completely unknown. A second video uploaded by the YouTuber sees him setting up a dummy camp as a trap to film the person walking around the forest.
Don't know if you can see it, but just against that tree that's out there in the opening, that is the decoy camp. I'll show you exactly where we are with an arrow. As you can see, once you're shut inside, it's quite cosy. I'm going to keep this light as low as I can. But it sounds like a woman shouting or screaming. Jesus. Jesus. The hell is that? What the hell is that? Switch over to night vision 1 second.
What the man filmed was quite shocking indeed. A woman can be heard screaming somewhere in the distance. Amazingly, the man ended up staying the night there and didn't immediately leave after hearing those screams. Let's just hope he never returns to this place, because next time, things could take an even darker turn. A man named Kevin Vidal posted a video to his YouTube channel all the way back in October of 2012 that showcases some seriously creepy things happening inside the comfort of his own home. In the video, we watch as Kevin makes his way around the house, clearly searching for something. It isn't until the 1.5-minute mark that we find out what it is he's looking for, and as you can expect, it's something terrifying.
You making that shit beeping noise, huh? Talking?
A strange shadow figure can be seen appearing at the bottom of the screen. Also, for this shot right here, look carefully at the front door that the shadow figure dashes past a few times. There's just something so off-putting about this video, and it's hard to say what it is exactly, but it just feels very strange and chill-inducing. This video is proof that even being inside your own home doesn't mean you're truly safe.
Alright, so he's got rats.
This next video we'll be having a look at comes from a Mexican TikToker named Jesus Gamboa. Jesus works as a trucker for an undisclosed company, and this video shows him walking around his truck. At first, it seems like nothing wrong could possibly happen here, but that couldn't be any further from the truth. Watch what happens when Jesus slowly walks around the perimeter of the truck.
A la verga.
Did you see it? If you look just carefully enough, you should be able to make out what appears to be some sort of strange entity creepily lurking behind the wheel of Jesus' truck. Sadly, there isn't any context provided with the video, and there haven't been any updates posted, so we unfortunately will likely never know what else happened after this. But if you're watching this and you work as a trucker for a living, be sure to keep this video in mind next time you find yourself clocking off of work for the day. Reddit user Can't Stop Giggling posted this strange video to Reddit about 2 weeks ago and shows him wandering around in the Massachusetts woods back in 2015, seemingly searching for something. As he carefully creeps his way around the woods, trying his best not to make any loud noises, one naturally must wonder what it is he's trying so hard not to scare off. And then we see what it is.
What the f is that? Oh my god.
Out of nowhere, a hairy entity can be seen stalking its way through the forest before eventually disappearing into the trees, never to be seen or heard from again. The uploader himself believes this to be a baby Bigfoot, and just by simply looking at its appearance, that description definitely seems quite accurate. Of course though, just like with every Bigfoot sighting, we should take it with a grain of salt. There's always the possibility that this is a hoax. But what do you guys think? Did this Reddit user actually end up capturing legitimate footage of a baby Bigfoot? Or was this simply something else? If so, what is it? Tell me your thoughts in the comments. A Reddit user known as Mandrew338 posted a truly fascinating video on the popular UFO subreddit that has certainly gotten a lot of people talking over the course of the past few months. For context, here's how the story goes. At approximately 4:05 AM on January 1st, 2025, a helicopter crew flying northeast from Yuma to downtown Phoenix observed two unidentified aircraft moving northward. The pilot, an experienced former US Army Black Hawk pilot, noted that neither aircraft was visible on ADS-B, a passive radar system that typically detects other aircraft in real time. The aircraft had no visible navigation lights, which was unusual given their direction and the crew's ability to see such lights using night vision goggles, NODs. One aircraft ascended and disappeared, while the other descended and moved away before vanishing. Shortly after, more unidentified objects appeared, prompting the crew to begin filming. Given their extensive experience flying at night and observing various aerial phenomena, including flares, satellites, meteors, and military aircraft, the crew found these sightings highly unusual. The crew consisted of the pilot, a paramedic with 2 years of night flying experience, and a nurse with prior military medic experience. They emphasized that distinguishing depth through NODs can be challenging, but brighter objects generally appear closer due to their halos. Upon reviewing the footage, the nurse noted that some depth information was lost compared to viewing through binocular NODs, but the objects were visibly in front of low-altitude clouds and terrain, ruling out satellites. The full 20-minute video along with a flight radar screenshot was provided for further analysis. The sighting occurred near restricted military airspace and a nuclear facility, adding to the mystery. While open to rational explanations, the crew remained perplexed by the event, as it differed significantly from anything they had previously encountered. This is by far one of the most interesting videos I've seen in a long time, and it's one that has been quite a hot topic over on the UFO subreddit, and for good reason. So tell me, what do you guys make of this video? As always, be sure to leave your thoughts in the comments. For those of you that drive, you've likely all seen an ambulance driving on the road at least a few times. But have you ever been driving and noticed something horribly wrong sticking out of the ambulance? That's what happened to this TikTok user named Jorgelina Pinero, who was simply driving around in Argentina when she noticed that something was sticking out of this ambulance that obviously was not supposed to be there. Have a look.
Ahí toca, mira. No, burla. Es una mano arrastrando.
Oops.
No se dio ni cuenta, ¿verdad? Iba a hacer.
For some strange reason, a human hand can be seen dangling lifelessly out of this ambulance as it drives on the road, completely oblivious to what's going on despite Jorgelina's constant honking. It's an extremely chilling video because it just goes to show you how truly unpredictable life can be. It also makes you wonder what the full context behind this video is.
Yep.
A YouTuber named Grizzly Gas is best known for his videos online in which he typically ventures out into the woods on camping expeditions, in which he ends up finding some pretty crazy things along the way. However, one video on his channel in particular stands tall above the rest as being one of the creepiest. The video in question was uploaded to Grizzly Gas's channel on October 29th, 2023, and sees him venturing out into the woods to do some camping. So far, so good. But as I'm sure you can predict, that doesn't stay that way for long. When Gas is settling down for the night and laying inside of the tent with his dog, he becomes visibly startled when he hears this coming from somewhere in the distance.
I don't think it's for me, in that. It was absolutely scorchio inside tent.
He's unable to fully rest after hearing these strange noises, which is very understandable. He then proceeds to talk to the viewers for a little bit, and it seems as if the terrors of the night are behind him. But unfortunately, that isn't actually the case, as just a couple of minutes later, this happens.
I'm going to have to close up soon because this light's attracting all flies. Alright, come on. Why is this light gone off? Oh, there we go.
Nope, nope, nope. Where's your gun at, buddy?
Oi. But if Gas thought the worst was over, he was not prepared for what happened last.
Excuse me. Sorry, guys.
Get out. Randy! Randy!
You just left your dog?
Come here, mate. Oh, you're right.
Out of nowhere, something pushes the tent from above, causing Gas to yell out in complete terror, probably thinking that he was in extreme danger. He proceeds to investigate outside, but is unable to find the cause of the tent being pushed over like that. It's an absolutely terrifying video, and one that shows you that even doing something that's supposed to be relaxing, such as camping, can actually end up being pretty terrifying.
No.
Imagine settling into your couch with a big bowl of popcorn, ready to enjoy a movie. It's a familiar scene, one we've all experienced countless times. But have you ever been watching a film when, out of nowhere, you think you've spotted something unexpected, something that looks like a real UFO appearing on screen? That's the situation Reddit user Ocean Swim found himself in one day in late 2024. He was sitting down and watching a 1954 movie called Niagara, directed by Henry Hathaway. Pay close attention to this scene in question. Did you see it? If you look just carefully enough, you should be able to make out what appears to be a UFO in the left bottom shot with the helicopter. It's truly remarkable and head-scratching stuff. Ocean Swim says that the movie has absolutely nothing to do with UFOs or aliens, meaning that it was most likely not put in the movie by the filmmakers. So what in the world is going on here? Do you guys think this old movie actually ended up showcasing footage of a legitimate UFO? And if this isn't a UFO, what do you guys think it could be? Be sure to let me know your theories in the comments below. This video posted to YouTube Shorts shows a guy playing around with his dogs and just goofing around. He then heads off toward his room to go and get them each a treat, but it's here in which things take a seriously bizarre turn.
Sit. Good girls. Pow. Pow. Whatever. Let me get you a treat. Alright, wait. There it is.
Well then, that was interesting.
There you go. There you go. That was weird.
One of the drawers in the man's bedroom begins to open all by itself, much to his understandable confusion. Another video posted to his channel shows something very similar happening. Take a look. The man can be seen walking up the staircase when out of nowhere, the door behind him closes. It also doesn't seem like there would be a window anywhere nearby that would have caused this to happen. A third video that was posted just 2 weeks ago shows him working from home. He says he was hearing things inside of the house.
Welcome back,
And
Don.
he decided to set up his camera to see if he could capture any of these noises on camera. What happened was quite shocking.
Hello?
Okay, that's not the answer I would want.
So what do you guys make of these 3 videos? Do you think this man really does live in a haunted house? Is it possible these are all hoaxes? Let me know what you think
Anything
in the
possible.
comments below.
All right, Elisa, thank
This
you
next
again.
video we'll be
All right,
taking
see
a
you
look
tomorrow,
at is a
dear.
pretty mysterious one, with no context given to it. The video in question was uploaded all the way back in May of 2008 by a Russian YouTuber who was seemingly awoken in the middle of the night and decided to pull out a video camera to start recording. The video shows him making his way throughout his house, all while he breathes heavily, clearly frightened by something. Let's take a look at the footage and see what happens.
Good night, Elisa. See you tomorrow.
As the man walks around his house, the lights inside can be seen flickering on and off. He then walks into a room and it's here in which an object begins to move all by itself on a desk, before a pile of objects crashes to the floor behind him. The man can then be heard panicking before the video abruptly ends, leaving us all to wonder what exactly happened next. Sadly, no updates were ever posted to the man's channel, but it is worth mentioning that he does still post videos, with one even being uploaded just last year, so he's clearly okay these days. Let's just hope that whatever this strange poltergeist is, it doesn't try to come back and haunt him once more. Over on the popular ghost subreddit, a user known as Chosen12803 posted a video that his sister took while she was at the hospital. It's one thing to be in the hospital because you're sick or injured, but it's another thing to be in the hospital and also encounter something potentially from another dimension. In the video, which was filmed back in 2020, we watch as the uploader's sister records the hallway of the hospital, and it doesn't take long at all for things to start to get pretty creepy.
Wait, what the hell?
Some kind of strange, ghostly apparition can be seen in the hallway. Another video taken by the uploader's sister shows her filming over her shoulder, and yet again, this strange entity makes an appearance. It seems as though she tries to investigate the area a bit, but is unable to find anything, which is probably for the best. Who knows what could have happened to her if she successfully got right up close to this spirit. Let's just hope this ghostly apparition is no longer roaming these hospital corridors. And that was 11 scary videos.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed this to some extent. I hope you didn't get too freaked out. And I hope you all will be able to sleep well tonight. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow morning for tomorrow is Coffee in a Cold Case. So make sure you tune in for that. It's usually a pretty good show. And Mama Bear and I should be there. Probably somewhere between 10 and 11 something. Hope to see you guys then. Please tune in. Thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. Like I said, this was to kind of catch up from Saturday since my power went out. So we will do this again this coming Saturday. And Tomboy says hello and good night. Well, hello and good night to you too, my dear. Thank you for joining us. Good. I appreciate you guys so much. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget, guys, to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. Chucky says good night as well. And we will see you guys so very soon. Don't change nothing, guys. You are the beautiful people, and we will see you soon. Bye-bye.